of the kind had been planned beforehand, they flung themselves upon their tormentors. Jones and his men suddenly found themselves being butted and kicked from all sides. The situation was quite out of their control. They had never seen animals behave like this before, and this sudden uprising of creatures whom they were used to thrashing and maltreating, just as they chose, frightened them almost out of their wits. After only a moment or two, they gave up trying to defend themselves and took to their heels. A minute later, all 5 of them were in full flight down the cart track and then led to the main road, with the animals pursuing them in pursuit. Mr. Jones looked out of the bedroom window, saw what was happening, hurriedly flung a few possessions into the carpet bag, and slipped out of the farm by another way. Moses sprang up from his perch and flapped after her, croaking loudly. Meanwhile, the animal had chased Jones and his men out onto the road and slammed the 5 barred gates behind him. And so, almost before they knew what was happening, the rebellion had been successfully carried through. Jones was expelled, and the manor farm was theirs. For the first few minutes, the animals could hardly believe in their fortune. Their first act was to gallop in a body right round the boundaries of the farm, as though to make sure that no human being was hiding anywhere upon it. When they raced back to the farm building to wipe out the last traces of Mr. John, then they raced back to the farm buildings to wipe out the last traces of Jones' hated reign. The harness room at the end of the stables was broken open. The bits, the nose rings, the dog chains, the crown knives with which Mr. Jones had been used to castrate the pig and lambs were all flung down the well. The reins, the altars, the blinkers, the degrading nose bags were thrown on to the rubbish fire, which was burning in the yard. So were the whips. All the animals capered with joy when they saw the whips going up in flames. Snowballs also threw on to the fire the ribbons, which the horses' manes and tails had usually been decorated on market days. Ribbons, he said, should be considered as clothes, which are the marks of a human being. All animals should go naked. When Boxer heard this, he fetched the small straw hat which he wore in summer to keep the flies out of his ears, and flung it onto the fire with the rest. In a very little while, the animals had destroyed everything that reminded them of Mr. Jones. Napoleon then led them back to the store shed and served out a double ration of corn to everybody, with 2 biscuits for each dog. Then they sang Beast of England from end to end 7 times running, and after that they settled down for the night and slept as they had never slept before. But they woke at dawn as usual, and suddenly remembered the glorious thing that had happened. They all raced out into the pasture together. A little way down the pasture, there was a knoll that commanded a view of most of the farms. The animals rushed to the top of it and gazed round them in the clear morning light. Yes, it was theirs. Everything that they see was theirs. In the ecstasy of that height, they gamboled round and round and round. They hauled themselves into the air in great leaps of excitement. They walked, they rode in the dew, they cropped youthful mouthfuls of the sweet summer grass. They kicked their clods of the black earth and snuffed its rich content. Then they made a tour of inspection of the whole farm and surveyed with speechless admiration the plough land, the hay field, the orchard, the pool, the spinney. It was as though they had never seen these things before, and even now they could hardly believe that it was all their own. Then they filed back to the farm building and halted in silence outside the door of the farmhouse. That was theirs too, but they were frightened to go inside. After a few moments, however, Snowball and Napoleon bolted the door open with their shoulders, and the animals entered in single file, walking in the utmost care for fear of disturbing anything. They tiptoed from room to room, afraid to speak above a whisper, and gazing with a kind of awe at the unbelievable luxury, at the beds with their feather-matted mattresses, the looking-glasses, the horsehair sofa, the Brussels carpet, the lithograph of Queen Elizabeth over the drawing-room mantelpiece. They were just coming down the stairs when Molière was discovered to be missing. Going back, the others found that she had remained behind in the best bedroom. She had taken a piece of blue ribbon from Mrs. Jones's dressing table and was holding it against her shoulder and admiring herself in the glass in a very foolish manner. The others reproached her sharply, and they went outside. Some hams hanging in the kitchen were taken out for burial, and the barrel of beer in the scullery was stove. And the barrel of beer in the scullery was stowed in with a kick, from Boxer's hoof. Otherwise, nothing in the house was touched. A unanimous resolution was passed on the spot that the farmhouse should be preserved as a museum. All were agreed that no animal must ever live there. The animals had their breakfast, and then Snowball and Napoleon called them together again. "Comrades," said Snowball, "it is 6:30, and we have a long day before us. Today we begin the hay harvest, but there is another matter that must be attended to first." The pig now revealed that although during the past 3 months they had taught themselves to read and write from an old spelling book which had belonged to Mr. Jones's children, and which had been thrown on the rubbish heap. Napoleon sent for pots of black and white paint and led the way down to the 5-barreled gate that gave onto the main road. Then Snowball, for it was Snowball who was best at writing, took a brush between the two knuckles of his trotter, painted out Manor Farm from the top bar of the gate, and in its place painted Animal Farm. This was to be the name of the farm from now onwards. After this, they went back to the farm building, where Snowball and Napoleon sent for a ladder, which they caused to be set against the end wall of the big barn. They explained that their studies of the past 3 months. They explained that by their studies of the past 3 months, the pigs had succeeded in reducing the principles of animalism to 7 commandments. The 7 commandments should now be inscribed on the wall that, that would form an unalterable law by which all the animals on animal farm must live forever after. With some difficulty, for it is not easy for a pig to balance himself on a ladder, Snowball climbed up and set to work, with Squealer a few rungs below him, holding the paint pot. The commandments were written on the third wall in great white letters that can be read 30 yards away. The 7 commandments. They ran thus. The 7 commandments. 1. Whatsoever goes upon legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 4 legs and has wings is a friend. No animal shall wear clothes. No animal shall sleep in a bed. No animal shall drink alcohol. No animal shall kill any other animal. All animals are equal. It was very neatly written, and except that friend was written fien, frien. And one of the S was the wrong way. The spelling was correct all the way through. Snowball read it aloud for the benefit of the others. All the animals nodded in complete agreement, and the cleverer ones began to learn the commandment by heart. Now, comrades, cried Snowball, throwing down the paintbrush to the hayfield. Let us make it a point of honor to get in the harvest more quickly than Jones and his men can do. But at this time, the 3 cows, who had seemed uneasy for some time past, set up a loud lowing. They had not been milked for 24 hours, and their udders were almost bursting. After a little thought, the pigs sent for the buckets and milked the cows fairly successfully, their udders being well shaped for the task. Soon, there were 5 buckets of frothing, creamy milk. Said 5 buckets of frothy, creamy milk, at which many of the animals looked with considerable interest. What is going to happen to all that milk? He said. Jones used sometimes to mix some of it in our mash, as one of the hens said. One of the hens, never mind the milk, comrades, Napoleon cried, placing them in the front of the bucket, placing himself in front of the bucket. That will be attended to. The harvest is more important, comrade. Snowball will lead the way. I shall follow in a few minutes. Forward, comrades, the hare is waiting. So the comrades trooped down to the hay field to begin the harvest. And when they came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk had disappeared. Chapter 3. How they toiled and sweated to get the hay in. But their efforts were rewarded, for the harvest was an even bigger success than they had hoped. Sometimes the work was hard. The implementation had been designed for human beings and not for animals, and it was a great drawback. It's a great drawback that no animal was able to use any tool that involved standing on 2 legs. But the pigs were so clever that they could think of a way and always and a way round every difficulty. As for the horses, they knew every stage, every inch of the field, and in fact understood the business of mowing and raking far better than Jones and his men had ever done. The pigs did not actually work, but directed and supervised the others with their superior knowledge. It was natural that they should assume the leadership. Boxer and Clover would harness themselves to the cutter of the horse rake. No bits or reins were needed in those days, of course, and tramp steadily round the clock and round the field with a pig walking behind and calling out, "Gee up, comrade," or "Wow, back, comrade," as the case may be. And every animal down to the humblest worked at turning the hay and gathering it, even though the ducks and hens toiled to and fro all day in the sun, carrying tiny whips of hay in their beaks. In the end, they finished the harvest in 2 days less time than it had usually taken Jones and his men. Moreover, it was the biggest harvest that the farm had ever seen. There was no wastage whatever, and the hens and ducks, with their sharp eyes, had gathered up the very last stock, and not an animal on the farm had stolen so much as a mouthful. Although that summer the work of the farm went like clockwork, the animals were happy as they had never conceived it possible to be. Every mouthful of food was an acute positive pleasure, now that it was truly their own food, produced by themselves and for themselves, not doled out to them by the grudging master with the worthless parasitical human beings gone. There was more for everyone to eat. There was more leisure too. Inexperienced though the animals were, they met with many difficulties. For instance, later in the year, when they harvested the corn, they had to trade it out in the ancient style and blew the chaff with their breath, since the farm possessed no threshing machine. But the pigs, with their cleverness, and Boxer, with his tremendous muscles, always pulled them through. Boxer was the admiration of everybody. He had been a hard worker ever in Jones' time, but now he seemed more like three horses than one. There were days when the entire work of the farm seemed to rest upon his mighty shoulders. From morning to midnight, he was pushing and pulling, always at the spot where the work was hardest. He had made an arrangement with one of the cockerels to call him in the morning, half an hour earlier than everyone else, and would put in some volunteer labor at whatever seemed to be the most needed before the regular day's work began. His answer to every problem, every setback was, "I will work harder," which he had adopted as his personal motto. But everyone worked according to his capacity. The hens and ducks, for instance, saved 5 bushels of corn. 5 bushels of corn at the at the harvest by gathering up the stray grains. Nobody stole, nobody grumbled over his ration. The quarreling and biting and jealousy, which had been normal, nobody stole, nobody grumbled over his ration. The quarreling and biting and jealousy, which had been the normal feature of life in the old days and almost disappeared, nobody shirked, or almost nobody. Moliere, it was true. Moliere, it was true. Now within short. Nobody shirked, or almost nobody. It was true. Moliere, it was true, was not good at getting up in the morning and had a way of leaving work early on ground that there was a stone or in her hoof, and the endeavor of the cat and the behavior of the cat was somewhat peculiar. It was noticed that when there was work to be done, the cat could never be found and would vanish for hours on end and then reappear at meal times. Or in the evening after work was over, as though nothing had happened. But she always made such excellent excuses and poured so affectionately that it was impossible not to believe in her good intentions. Old Benjamin the donkey seemed quite unchanged since the rebellion. He did his work in the same slow, obstinate way he had done it in John's time, never shirking and never volunteering for extra work, either. About the rebellion and its result, he would express no opinion. When asked whether he was not happier now that Jones was gone, he would say, "Only donkeys live a long time. None of you have seen a dead donkey." And the others had to be content with this cryptic answer. On Sundays, there was no work. Breakfast was an hour later than usual. And after breakfast, there was a ceremony which was observed every week without fail. First came the hoisting of the flag. Snowball had found in the harness room an old green tablecloth of Mr. Jones and had painted on it a hoof and a horn in white. This was run up the flag staff in the farmhouse every Sunday morning. The flag was green, Snowball explained, to represent the green fields of England, while the hoofs and horn signified the future republic of the animals, which would arise when the human race had been finally overthrown. After the hoisting of the flag, all the animals trooped into the big barn for a general assembly, which was known as the meeting. Here, the work of the coming week was planned out, and resolutions were put forward and debated. It was always the pigs who put forward the resolutions. The other animals understood how to vote, but could never think of the resolutions on their own. Snowball and Napoleon were by far the most active in the debate, but it was noticed that these two were never in agreement. Whatever suggestions either of them made, the other could be counted on to oppose it. Even when it was resolved, a thing no one could object to in itself, to set aside the small paddock beside the orchard as a home of rest for animals who were past work. There was a stormy debate over the correct retirement age for each class of animal. The meeting always ended with the singing of Beast of England, and the afternoon was given up to recreation. The pigs had set aside the harness room as a headquarters for themselves. Here, in the evenings, they studied blacksmithing, carpentering, and other necessary arts from books which they had brought out of the farmhouse. Snowball also busied himself with organizing the other animals into what he called animal committees. He was indefatigable at this. He formed the egg production committee for the hens, the clean tails league for the cows, the wild comrades re-education committee. The object of this was to tame rats and rabbits, the whiter wool movement for the sheep, and various others, besides instituting classes in reading and writing. On the whole, these projects were a failure. The attempt to tame the wild creatures, for instance, broke down almost immediately. They continued to behave very much as before, and when treated with generosity, simply took advantage of it. The cat joined the re-education committee and was very active in it for some days. As she was seen one day sitting on a roof and talking to some sparrows who were just out of her reach. She was telling them that all animals were now comrades, and that any sparrow who chose could come and perch on her paw, but the sparrows kept their distance. The reading and writing classes, however, were a great success. By the autumn, almost every animal on the farm was literate in some degree. As for the pigs, they could already read and write perfectly. The dogs learned to read fairly well, but were not interested in reading anything except the 7 commandments. Moriel, the goat, could read somewhat better than the dogs, and sometimes used to read to the others in the evenings from the scraps of the newspaper which she found in the rubbish heap. Benjamin could read as well as any pig, but never exceeded his faculty. So so far as he knew, he said there was nothing worth reading. Clover learned the whole alphabet, but could not put words together. Boxer could not get beyond the letter D. He would always trace out A, B, C, D in the dust with his great hoof, and then would stand staring at the letters with his ears back, sometimes shaking his forelock, trying with all his might to remember what came next, and never succeeding. On every occasion, indeed, he did learn E, F, G, H. On several occasions, indeed, he did learn E, F, G, H, but by the time he knew them, it was always discovered that he had forgotten A, B, C, D. Finally, he decided to be content with the first 4 letters, and used to write them out once or twice every day to refresh his memory. Molière refused to learn any but the 6 letters which spelled her own name. She would form these very neatly out of pieces of twigs, and would then decorate them with a flower or 2 and walk round them, admiring them. None of the other animals on the farm would get further than the letter A. It was also found that the stupider animals, such as the sheep, hens, and ducks, were unable to learn the 7 commandments by heart. After much thought, Snowball declared that the 7 commandments could in effect be reduced to a single maxim: 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. This, he said, contained the essential principle of animalism, which had thoroughly grasped. Whoever had thoroughly grasped it would be safe from human influences. The birds at first objected, since it seemed to them that they also had 2 legs, but Snowball proved to them that this was not so. A bird's wing, comrades, he said, is an organ of proportion and not of manipulation. It should therefore be regarded as a leg. The distinguishing mark of man is the hand, the instrument with which he does all this mischief. The birds did not understand Snowball's long words, but they accepted his explanation, and all the humbler animals set to work to learn the new maxim by heart: 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Is good, 2 legs bad was inscribed on the wall of the barn above the 7 commandments, and in big letters. When they had once got it by heart, the sheep developed a great liking for this maxim, and often as they lay in the field, they would all start bleating: 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, and keep it up for hours on end, never growing tired of it. Napoleon took no interest in Snowball's committees. He said that the education of the young was more important than anything that could be done. For those who were already grown up, it happened that Jessie and Bluebell had both wept soon after the hay harvest, giving birth between them to 9 sturdy puppies. As soon as they were weaned, Napoleon took them away from their mothers, saying that he would make himself responsible for their education. He took them up into a loft, which could only be reached by a ladder from the harness room, and there kept them in such seclusion that the rest of the farm were soon forgot their existence. The mystery of where the milk went to was soon cleared up. It was mixed every day into the pig's mash. The early apples were now ripening, and the grass of the orchard was littered with windfalls. The animals had assumed a matter of course that these would be shared out equally. However, the order went forth that all the windfalls were to be collected and brought to the harness room and for the use of the pigs, and at this some of the other animals murmured, but it was no use. All the pigs were in full agreement on this point, even Snowball and Napoleon. Squealer was sent to make the necessary explanation to the others. "Comrades," he said, "you do not imagine. I hope that we pigs are doing this in a spirit of selfishness and privilege. Many of us actually dislike milk and apples. I dislike them myself. Our sole object in taking these things is to preserve our health. Milk and apple, this has been proven by scientists. Milk and apple, this has been proved by science, comrades. contain substances capable, absolutely necessary to the well-being of a pig. We pigs have brain work. We pigs are brain workers. The whole management and organization of this farm depend on us. Day and night we are watching over you. It is for your sake that we drink that milk and eat those apples. Do you know what would happen if your pigs failed in if do you know what would happen if we pigs failed in our duty? Jones would come back. Yes, Jones would come back. Sure, the comrades, cried Squealer, almost pleadingly. Jones skipping from side to side and whisking his tail. Surely there is no one among you who wants to see Jones come back. Now, if there was one thing that the animals were completely certain of, it was that they did not want Jones back. When it was put to them in this light, they had no more to say. The importance of keeping the pigs in good health was all too obvious, so it was agreed without further argument that the milk and the windfall apples, and also all the main crops of apples, when they ripened, should be reserved for pigs alone. Chapter 4. By the late summer, the news of what had happened on Animal Farm had spread across half the county. Every day, Snowball and Napoleon sent out flights of pigeons whose instructions were to mingle with the animals on neighboring farms, tell them the story of the rebellion, and teach them the tune of Beast of England. Most of this time, Mr. Jones had spent sitting in the tapper room of the Red Lion at Willingdon, complaining to anyone who would listen of the monstrous injustice he had suffered in being torn out of his property by a pack of good-for-nothing animals. The other farmers sympathized in principle, but they did not at first give him much help. At heart, are we okay? Okay. Huh? How many? How many? 8. Okay. Well, we'll do it. By the late summer, the news of what had happened on the animal farm had spread across half the county. Every day, Snowball and Napoleon sent out flights of pigeons whose instructions were to mingle with the animals on neighboring farms, to tell them the story of the rebellion and teach them the tune of Beast of England. Most of the time, Mr. Jones had spent sitting in the tapper room of the Willingdon, of the Red Lion at Willingdon, complaining to anyone who would listen of the monstrous injustice he had suffered in being turned out of his property by a pack of good-for-nothing animals. The other farmers sympathized in principle, but they did not at first give him much help. At heart, each of them was secretly wondering whether he could not somehow turn Jones Jones' misfortune to his own advantage. It was lucky that the owners of the two farms, which adjoined Animal Farm, were on permanently bad terms. One of them, which was Foxwood, was a large, neglected, old-fashioned farm, with much overgrown by woodland, with all its pastures worn out, and its hedges in a disgraceful condition. Its owner, Mr. Pilkington, was an easygoing gentleman farmer, who spent most of his time in fishing or hunting according to the season. The other farm, which was called Pinchfield, was smaller and better kept. Its owner was a Mr. Frederick, a tough, shrewd man, perpetually involved in lawsuits and with a name for driving hard bargains. These two disliked each other so much that it was difficult for them to come to any agreement, even in defense of their own interests. Nevertheless, they were both thoroughly frightened by the rebellion on Animal Farm and very anxious to prevent their own animals from learning too much about it. At first, they pretended to laugh, to scorn the idea of animals managing a farm for themselves. The whole thing would be over in a fortnight, they said. They put it about that the animals on the manor farm, they insisted on calling it the manor farm. They would not tolerate the name Animal Farm, were perpetually fighting among themselves, and were also rapidly starving to death. When time passed, and the animals had evidently not starved to death, Frederick and Pilkington changed their tune and began to talk of the terrible wickedness that now flourished on Animal Farm. It was given out that the animals there practiced cannibalism, tortured one another with red-hot horseshoes, and had their females in common. This was what came of rebelling. This was what came of rebelling against the law of nature, Frederick and Pilkington said. However, those stories were never fully believed. Rumor of a wonderful farm where the human beings had been turned out and the animals managed their own affairs continued to circulate in vague and distorted forms, and throughout that year, a wave of rebelliousness ran through the countryside, which had always been tractable, suddenly turned savage. Sheep broke down hedges and devoured the clover. Cows kicked the pels over. Hunters refused their fences and shot their riders on to the other side. Above all, the tune and even the words of Beast of England were known everywhere. It had spread with astonishing speed. The human beings could not contain their rage when they heard the song, though they pretended to think it merely ridiculous. They could not understand, they said, how even animals could bring themselves to sing such contemptible rubbish. Any animal caught singing it was given a flogging on the spot, and yet the song was irrepressible. The blackbirds whistled it in the hedges. The pigeons cooed it in the air. It got into the din of the smithies and the tune of the church bells. And when the human beings listened to it, they secretly trembled, hearing in it a prophecy of their future doom. Early in October, when the corn was cut and stacked, and some of it was already threshed, a flight of pigeons came whirling through the air and alighted in the yard of Animal Farm in the wildest excitement. Jones and all his men, with half a dozen others from Foxwood and Pinchfield, had entered the 5-barred gate and were coming up the cart track that led to the farm. They were all carrying sticks except Jones, who was marching well ahead with a gun in his hand. Obviously, they were going to attempt the recapture of the farm. This had long been expected, and all preparations had been made. Snowball, who had studied an old book of Julius Caesar's campaigns, which he had found in the farmhouse, was in charge of the defensive operations. He gave his orders quickly, and in a couple of minutes, every animal was at his post. As the human beings approached the farm buildings, Snowball launched his first attack. All the pigeons, to the number of 35, flew to and fro over the men's head and muted upon them from mid-air. And while the men were dealing with this, the geese, who had been hiding behind the hedge, rushed out and pecked viciously at the calves of the legs. However, this was only a light skirmishing maneuver intended to create a little disorder, and the men easily drove the geese off with their sticks. Snowball now launched his second line of attack. Muriel, Benjamin, and all the sheep, with Snowball at the head of them, rushed forward and prodded and butted the men. At them with his small hoofs. But once again, the men with their sticks and their hoop-nailed boots were too strong for them, and suddenly a squeal from Snowball, which was the signal for retreat. All the animals turned and fled through the gateway into the yard. The men gave a shout of triumph. They saw, as they imagined, their enemies in flight, and they rushed after them in disorder. This was just what Snowball had intended. As soon as they were well inside the yard, the 3 horses, the 3 cows, and the rest of the pig, who had been lying in ambush in the cowshed, suddenly emerged in their rear, cutting them off. Snowball now gave the signal for the charge. He himself dashed straight for Jones. Jones saw him coming, raised his gun, and fired. The pellets scored bloody streaks along Snowball's back, and a sheep dropped dead. Without halting for an instant, Snowball flung his 15-stone against Jones's leg. Jones was hauled into a pile of dung, and his gun flew out of his hand. But the most terrifying spectacle of all was Boxer, rearing up on his hind leg and striking out with his great iron-shod hoofs like a stallion. His very first blow took a stable lad from Foxwood on the skull and stretched him lifeless in the mud. At the sight, several men dropped their sticks and tried to run. Panic overtook them, and the next moment, all the animals together were chasing them round and round the yard. They were gored, kicked, beaten, and trampled on. There was not an animal on the farm that did not take vengeance on them after his own fashion. Even the cat suddenly leaped off a roof onto a cowman's shoulders and sank her claws in his neck, at which he yelled horribly. At a moment when the opening was clear, the men were glad enough to rush out of the yard and make a bolt for the main road. And so, within 5 minutes of their invasion, they were in ignominious retreat. By the same way as they had come, with a flock of geese hissing after them and pecking at their calves all the way. All the men were gone except one. Back in the yard, Boxer was pawing with his hoof at the stable lad, who lay face down in the mud, trying to turn him over. The boy did not stir. "He is dead," said Boxer sorrowfully. "I had no intention of doing that. I forgot that I was wearing horse iron shoes. Who will believe that I did not do this on purpose? No sentimentality, comrade," cried Snowball, from whose wounds the blood was still dripping. "War is war. The only good human being is a dead one. I have no wish to take life, not even human life," repeated Boxer, and his eyes were full of tears. "Where is Moliere?" exclaimed somebody. Moliere, in fact, was missing. For a moment, there was a great alarm. It was fearful that the men might have harmed her in some way, or even carried her off with them. In the end, however, she was found hiding in her stall, with her head buried among the hay in the manger. She had taken to flight as soon as the gun went off, and when the others came back from looking for her, it was to find that the stable lad, who in fact was only stunned, had already recovered and made off. The animals had now reassembled in the wildest excitement, each recounting his own exploits in the battle at the top of his voice. An impromptu celebration of the victory was held immediately. The flag was hoisted, was run up, and Beasts of England was sung a number of times. When the sheep who had been killed was given a solemn funeral. A hawthorn bush being planted on her grave. At the graveside, Snowball made a little speech, emphasizing the need for all animals to be ready to die for Animal Farm, if need be. The animals decided unanimously to create a military decoration, Animal Hero First Class, which was conferred there and then on Snowball and Boxer. It consisted of a brass medal. They were really some old horse brasses which has been found in the harness room, to be worn on Sundays and holidays. There was also Animal Hero Second Class, which was conferred posthumously on the dead sheep. There was much discussion as to what the battle should be called. In the end, it was named the Battle of the Cowshed, since that was where the ambush had been sprung. Mr. Jones's gun had been found lying in the mud, and it was known that there was a supply of cartridges in the farmhouse. It was decided to set the gun up at the foot of the flagstaff like a piece of artillery, and to fire it twice a year, once on October the 12th, the anniversary of the Battle of the Cowshed, and once on Midsummer Day, the anniversary of the rebellion. Chapter 5. As winter drew on, Moliere became more and more troublesome. She was late for work every morning and excused herself by saying that she had overslept, and she complained of mysterious pains, although her appetite was excellent. On every kind of pretext, she would run away from work and go to the drinking pool, where she would stand foolishly gazing at her own reflection in the water. But there were also rumors of something more serious. One day, as Molière strode blithely into the yard, flirting her long tail and chewing at a stalk of hair, Clover took her aside. Molière, she said, I have something very serious to say to you. This morning, I saw you looking over the hedge that divides Animal Farm from Foxwood, and one of Mr. Pilkington's men was standing on the other side of the hedge, and I was a long way away, but I am almost certain I saw this. He was talking to you, and you were allowing him to stroke your nose. What does that mean, Molière? He didn't. I wasn't. It isn't true, cried Molière, beginning to prance about and paw the ground. Molière, look me in the face. Do you give me your word of honor that the man was not stroking your nose? It isn't true, repeated Molière, but she could not look Clover in the face, and the next moment she took to her heels and galloped away into the field. A thought struck Clover. Without saying anything to the others, she went to Molière's stall and turned over the straw with her hoof. Hidden under the stall was a little pile of lump sugar and several bunches of ribbon of different colors. 3 days later, Molière disappeared. For some weeks, nothing was known of her whereabouts. Then the pigeons reported that they had seen her on the other side of Willingdon. She was between the shaft of a smart dog cart, painted red and black, which was standing outside a public house. A fat, red-faced man in check breeches and gaiters, who looked like a publican, was stroking her nose and feeding her with sugar. Her coat was nearly clipped, and she wore a scarlet ribbon around her forelock. She appeared to be enjoying herself. So the pigeons said. None of the animals ever mentioned Molière again. In January, there came bitterly hard weather. The earth was like iron, and nothing could be done in the fields. Many meetings were held in the big barn, and the pigs occupied themselves with planning out the work of the coming season. And it had come to be accepted that the pigs, who were manifestly cleverer than the other animals, should decide all questions of farm policy, though their decisions had to be ratified by a majority vote. The arrangement would have worked well enough if it had not been for the disputes between Snowball and Napoleon. These two disagreed at every point where disagreement was possible. If one of them suggested sowing a bigger acreage with barley, the other was certain to demand a bigger acreage of oats. And if one of them said that such and such field was just right for cabbages, the other would declare that it was useless for anything except roots. Each had his own following, and there were some violent debates. At the meetings, Snowball often won over the majority by his brilliant speeches, but Napoleon was better at canvassing support for himself in between times. He was especially successful with the sheep of late, and the sheep had taken to bleating for 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, both in and out of season, and they often interrupted the meeting with this. It was noticed that they were especially liable to break into 4 legs good, 2 legs bad at crucial moments in Snowball's speeches. Snowball had made a close study of some back numbers of the farm and stock breeder, which he had found in the farmhouse, and was full of plans for innovations and improvements. He talked learnedly about field drains, silage, and basic slack, and had worked out a complicated scheme for all the animals to drop their dung directly in the field at at a different spot every day to save the labor of Carthage. Napoleon produced no schemes of his own, but said quietly that snowballs would come to nothing and seemed to be biding his time. But of all their controversies, none was so bitter as the one that took place over the windmill in the long pasture. Not so far from the farm buildings, there was a small knoll which was the highest point in the farm. After surveying the ground, Snowball declared that this was just the place for a windmill, which could be made to operate a dynamo and supply the farm with electrical power. This would light the stalls and warm them in winter, and would also run a circular saw, a chaff cutter, a mangle slicer, and an electric milking machine. The animals had never heard of anything of this kind before, for the farm was an old-fashioned one and had only the most primitive machinery. And they listened in astonishment while Snowball conjured up pictures of fantastic machines which would do work for them while they grazed at their ease in the fields, or improve their minds with reading their conversations. Within the few weeks, Snowball's plan for the windmill were fully worked out. The mechanical details came mostly from 3 books, which had belonged to Mr. Jones. 1. 1,000 useful things to do with about the house. 1,000 useful things to do about the house. Every man his own bricklayer, and electricity for beginners. Snowball used as his study a shed which had once been used for incubators and had a smooth wooden floor suitable for drawing on. He was closeted there for hours at a time, with his books held open by a stone, and with a piece of chalk gripped between the knuckles of his daughter. He would move rapidly to and fro, drawing in the line after line, and uttering little whimpers of excitement. Gradually, the plans grew into a complicated mass of cranks and cogwheels, covering more than half the floor, which the other animals found completely unintelligible, but very impressive. All of them came to look at Snowball's drawing at least once a day. Even the hens and ducks came and were at pains not to tread on the chalk marks. Only Napoleon held aloof. He had declared himself against the windmill from the start. One day, however, he arrived unexpectedly to examine the plan. He walked heavily round the shed, looked closely at every detail of the plans, and snuffed at them once or twice, then stood for a little while, contemplating them out of the corner of his eyes. Then suddenly he lifted his legs, urinated on the plants, and walked out without uttering a word. The whole farm was deeply divided on the subject of the windmill. Snowball did not deny that to build it would be a difficult business. Stone would have to be quarried and built up into walls. Then the cells would have to be made, and after that, there would be need for dynamos and cables. How these were to be procured, Snowball did not say. But he maintained that it would be all done in a year, and thereafter he declared so much labor would be saved that the animals would only need to work 3 days a week. Napoleon, on the other hand, argued that the great need of the moment was to increase food production. and that if they wasted time on the windmill, they would all starve to death. The animals formed themselves into two factions under the slogans "Vote for Snowball" and the 3-day week, and "Vote for Napoleon" and the full manger. Benjamin was the only animal who did not side with either faction. He refused to believe either that food would become more plentiful or that the windmill would save work. Windmill or no windmill, he said, life will go on as it had always gone on. That is, badly. Apart from the disputes over the windmill, there was the question of the defense of the farm. It was fully realized that although the human beings had been defeated in the battle of the cowshed, they might make another more determined attempt to recapture the farm and reinstate Mr. Jones. They had all the more reason for doing so because the news of their defeat had spread across the countryside and made the animals on the neighboring farms very restive than ever. As usual, Snowball and Napoleon were in disagreement. According to Napoleon, what the animals must do was to procure firearms and train themselves in the use of them. According to Snowball, they must send out more and more pigeons and stir up rebellion among the animals on the other farm. The one argued that if they could not defend themselves, they were bound to be conquered. The other argued that if rebellion happened everywhere, they would have no need to defend themselves. The animals listened first to Napoleon, then to Snowball, and could not make up their mind which was right. Indeed, they always found themselves in agreement with the one who was speaking at the moment. At last, the day came when Snowball's plans were completed. At the meeting on the following day, the question of whether or not to begin work on the windmill was to be put to the vote. Then the animals had assembled in the big barn. Snowball stood up, and though occasionally interrupted by bleating from the sheep, set forth his reason for advocating the building of the windmill. Then Napoleon stood up to reply. He said very quickly that the windmill was nonsense and that he advised nobody to vote for it, and promptly sat down again. He had spoken for barely 30 minutes and seemed almost indifferent as to the effect it produced. At this time, Snowball sprang to his feet and, shouting down the sheep, who had begun bleating, again broke into a passionate appeal in favor of the windmill. Until now, the animals had been equally divided in their sympathies, but in a moment, Snowball's eloquence had carried them away. In glowing sentences, he painted a picture of Animal Farm as mighty as it might be when sordid labor was lifted from the animals' backs. His imagination had now run far beyond chaff cutters and turnip slicers. Electricity, he said, could operate threshing machines, plows, harrows, rollers, and reapers, and binders, besides applying every store applying every store. By the time supplying every stall with its own electric lights, hot and cold water, and an electric heater. By the time he had finished speaking, there was no doubt as to which way the vote would go. But just as this moment Napoleon stood up and casting a peculiar sidelong look at Snowball, uttered a high-pitched whimper of a kind no one had ever heard him utter before. At this, there was a terrible baying sound outside, and 9 enormous dogs, wearing brass-studded collars, came bounding into the barn. They dashed straight for Snowball, who only sprung from his place just in time to escape their annoying jaws. In a moment, he was out of the door, and they were after him. Too amazed and frightened to speak, all the animals crowded through the door to watch the chase. Snowball was racing across the long pasture that led to the road. He was running as only a pig can run. But the dogs were close on his heels. Suddenly, he slipped, and it seemed certain that they had him. Then he was up again, running faster than ever. Then the dogs were run again, gaining on him again. One of them all but closed his jaw on Snowball's tail, but Snowball whisked it free just in time. Then he put on an extra spot, and with a few inches to spare, slipped through a hole in the hedges and was no more. Silent and terrified, the animals crept back into the barn. In a moment, the dogs came bounding back. At first, no one had been able to imagine where these creatures came from. Then the problem was soon solved. They were the puppies whom Napoleon had taken away from their mothers and reared privately. Although not yet fully grown, they were huge dogs and fierce-looking as heroes, as wolves. They kept close to Napoleon. It was noticed that they wagged their tails to him in the same way as the dogs had been used to do to Mr. Jones. Napoleon with the dogs following him, now mounted on the raised portion of the floor, where Major had previously stood to deliver his speech. He announced that from now on, the Sunday meetings would come to an end. They were unnecessary, he said, and wasted time. In future, all questions related to the workings of the farm would be settled by a special committee of pigs, presided over by himself. These would meet in private and afterwards communicate their decisions to the others. The animals will still assemble on Sunday mornings to salute the flag, symbols of England, and receive their orders for the week. But there will be no more debate. In spite of the shock that Snowball's expulsion had given them, the animals were dismayed by the announcement. Several of them would not have protested if they could not have found the right argument. Even Boxer was vaguely troubled. He set his ears back, shook his forelock, several times and tried hard to marshal his thoughts, but in the end he could not think of anything to say. So the pigs, however, were very articulate. 4 young porkers in the row uttered shrill squeals of disapproval, and all 4 of them sprang to their feet and began speaking at once. But suddenly the dogs sitting round Napoleon let out deep menacing growls, and the pigs sat silent and sat down. Then the sheep broke out into a tremendous bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, and which went on for nearly a quarter of an hour, and put an end to any chance of discussion. Afterwards, Squealer was sent around the farm to explain the new arrangement to the others. "Comrades," he said, "I trust that every animal here appreciates the sacrifices that Comrade Napoleon had made. In taking this extra labor upon himself. Do not imagine, comrade, that leadership is a pleasure. On the contrary, it's a deep and heavy responsibility. No one believes more firmly than Comrade Napoleon that all animals are capable, are equal. He would be only too happy to let you make your decisions for yourself, but sometimes you might make error. He would be too happy to let you make your decision, but sometimes you might make the wrong decisions, comrades, and then they would, where should we be? Suppose you had decided to follow Snowball with its moonshine of windmill. Snowball, who was, as we now know, was no better than a criminal. He fought bravely at the Battle of Cowshed, said somebody. Bravery is not enough. Bravery is not enough, said Squealer. Loyalty and obedience are more important. And as to the Battle of the Cowshed, I believe the time will come when we shall find that Snowball's part in it was much exaggerated. Discipline, comrades, iron discipline. That is the watchword for today. And keep one false step, and our enemies will be upon us. Surely, comrades, you do not want Mr. Jones to come back. Once again, this argument was unanswerable. Certainly, the animals did not want Mr. Jones back. If the holding of debates on Sundays were liable to bring him back, then the debates must stop. Boxer, who had now had time to think things over, voiced the general feeling of saying, if Comrade says it, it must be right. If Comrade Napoleon says it, it must be right. And then, from then on, he adopted the maxim, Napoleon is always right. In addition to his private motto, I will work harder. By this time, the weather had broken and the spring plowing had begun. The shed where Snowball had drawn his plans of the windmill had been shut up, and it was assumed that the plans had been rubbed off the floor. Every Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, the animals assembled in the big barn to receive their orders for the week. The skull of old Major, now clean fresh, had been interred from the orchard and set up on a stump at the foot of the bridge. Stump of the foot of the flagstaff beside the gun. After the hoisting of the flag, the animals were required to file past the skull in a reverent manner before entering the barn. Nowadays, they did not have sit all together as they had done in the past. Napoleon, with Squilla and another pig named Minimus, who had a remarkable gift for composing songs and poems, sat on the front of the race podium, with the 9 young dogs forming a semicircle round them and the other pigs sitting behind. The rest of the animals sat facing them. In the main body of the barn, Napoleon read out loud, read out the orders of the week in a gruff soldierly style, and after a singing of Beast of England, all the animals dispersed. On the Sunday, after Snowball's expulsion, the animals were somewhat surprised to hear Napoleon announce that the windmill was to be built after all. He did not give any reason for having changed his mind, but merely warned the animals that this extra task would mean very hard work. It might even be necessary to reduce their ration. The plan, however, had all been prepared down to the last detail. A special committee of pigs had been set at work upon them. For the past 3 weeks. The building of the windmill with various other improvements was expected to take 2 years. That evening, Squilla explained privately to the other animals that Napoleon had never in reality been opposed to the windmill. On the contrary, it was he who had advocated it in the beginning, and the plan which Snowball had drawn on the floor of the incubator shed had actually been stolen from Napoleon's papers. The windmill was in fact Napoleon's own creation. Why then, asked somebody, had he spoken so strongly against it? Hence, Squilla looked very sly. That he said was Comrade Napoleon's cunning. He had seemed to oppose the windmill simply as a maneuver to get rid of Snowball, who was a dangerous character and a bad influence. Now that Snowball was out of the way, the plan could go forward without his interference. This, said Squilla, was something called tactics. He repeated a number of times, tactics, comrades, tactics, skipping around and whisking his tail with a merry laugh. The animals were not certain what the word meant. The animals were not certain what tactics, comrade, tactics. The animals were not certain what the word meant, but Squilla spoke so persuasively, and the 3 dogs who happened to be with him growled so threatening that they accepted his explanation without further question. Chapter 6. All that year, the animals worked like slaves, but they were happy in their work. They grudged no effort or sacrifice, well aware that everything that they did was for the benefit of themselves and those of their kind who would come after them, and not for a pack of idle, thieving human beings. Although the spring and summer, all the year, the animals worked like slaves, but they were happy in their work. They grudged no effort or sacrifice, well aware that everything that they did was for the benefit of themselves and those of their kind who would come after them, and not for a pack of idle, thieving human beings. Throughout the spring and summer, they worked a 60-hour week, and in August, Napoleon announced that there would be work on Sunday afternoon as well. This work was strictly voluntary. But any animal who absented himself from it would have his rations reduced by half. Even so, it was found necessary to leave certain tasks undone. The harvest was a little less successful than in the previous year, and 2 fields which should have been sown with roots in the early summer were not sown because the plowing had not been completed early enough. It was possible to foresee that the coming winter would be a hard one. The windmill presented unexpected difficulties. There was a good quarry of limestone on the farm, and plenty of sand and cement had been found in one of the outhouses, so that all the materials for building were at hand. But the problem the animals could not at first solve was how to break up the stone into pieces and suitable sizes. There seemed no way of doing this except with picks and crowbars, which no animal could use, because no animal could stand on its hind leg. Only after weeks of vain effort did the right idea occur to somebody, namely, to utilize the force of gravity. Since boulders far too big to be used, huge boulders far too big to be used as they were lying all over the bed of the quarry, the animals lashed ropes round these, and then all together, cows, sheep, any animal that could lay hold of the rope, even the pigs, sometimes joined in at critical moments. They dragged them with desperate slowness up the slope to the top of the quarry, where they were toppled over and over the edge to shatter to pieces below. The transporting the stone when it was once broken was comparatively simple. The horses carried it off in cartloads. The sheep dragged single blocks. Even Muriel and Benjamin yoked themselves into an old governess cart and did their share. By late summer, a sufficient store of stone had accumulated, and then the building began under the superintendence of the pigs. But it was a slow, laborious frequency. It took a whole day of exhausting effort to drag a simple boulder to the top of the quarry, and sometimes when it was pushed over the edge, it failed to break. Nothing could have been achieved without Boxer, whose strength seemed equal to the rest of all the animals put together. Transporting the stone when it was once broken was comparatively simple. The horses carried it off in cartloads, the ships dragged single blocks. Even Muriel and Benjamin yoked themselves into the old governor's cart and did their share. By late summer, a sufficient store of stone had accommodated, and then the building began under the superintendence of the pigs. But it was a slow, laborious process. Frequently, it took a whole day of exhausting effort to drag a single boulder to the top of the quarry, and sometimes it was pushed over the edge it failed to break. Nothing could have been achieved without Boxer, whose strength seemed to equal that of all the rest of the animals put together. When the boulder began to slip and the animals cried out in despair at finding themselves dragged down the hill, it was always Boxer who strained himself against the slope and brought the boulder to a stop. To see him toiling up the slope, inch by inch, his breath coming fast, and the tips of his hooves clawing at the ground, and his great sides matted with sweat, filled everyone with admiration. Clover warned him sometimes to be careful, not to overstrain himself, but Boxer would never listen to her. His true slogan, "I will work harder," and Napoleon is always right, seemed to him to make a sufficient answer to all the problems he had. He had made arrangement with the cockerel to call him 3/4 of an hour earlier in the morning instead of half an hour, and in this spare moment, of which there were not many nowadays, he would go alone to the quarry. Collect a load of broken stone, drag it down the sides of the windmill unassisted. The animals were not badly off throughout that summer, in spite of the hardness of their work. If they had no more food than they had had in Jones' days, at least they did not have less. The advantage of only having to feed themselves and not having to support 5 extravagant human beings as well was so great that he would have taken a lot of failures to outweigh it, and in many ways the minimal method of doing things was more efficient and saved labor. Such job as weeding, for instance, could be done with a thoroughness impossible to human beings. And again, since no animal now stole, it was unnecessary to fence off pasture from arable land, which saved a lot of labor on the upkeep of hedge gates. Nevertheless, as the summer wore on various unforeseen shortages began to make themselves felt. There was need of paraffin oil, nails, strings, dog biscuit, and iron from the horse's shoe, none of which could be produced on the farm. Later, they would also be used for seeds. There will also be need for seeds and artificial manure, besides various tools, and finally the machinery of the windmill. How these were to be procured, no one was able to imagine. One Sunday morning, when the animals assembled to receive their orders, Napoleon announced that he had decided upon a new policy. Napoleon announced that he had decided to upon a new policy. From now onwards, Animal Farm would engage in trade with the neighboring farms, not of course for any commercial purpose, but simply in order to obtain certain materials which were urgently necessary. The need of the windmill must override everything else. He was therefore making arrangements to sell a stack of hay and part of the current year's wheat crop, and later on, if money were needed, it would have to be made up by the sale of eggs, for which there was always a market in Willingdon. The hens, said Napoleon, welcomed this sacrifice as their own special contribution towards the building of the windmill. Once again, the animals were conscious of a vague uneasiness, never to have any dealing with human beings, never to engage in trade, never to make use of money. Had not these been among the earliest resolutions passed at the first triumphant meeting after Jones was expelled? All the animals remembered passing such resolution, or at least they thought that they remarked it. The four young pigs who had protested when Napoleon abolished the meetings raised their voices timidly, but they were promptly silenced by a tremendous growling from the dogs. Then, as usual, the ships broke into four-legged good, two-legged bad, and the momentary awkwardness was smoothed over. Finally, Napoleon raised his daughter to silence and announced that he had already made all the arrangements. There would be no need for any of the animals to come in contact with human beings, which would clearly be most undesirable. He intended to take the whole burden upon his own shoulders. A Mr. Whymper, a solicitor living in Willingdon, had agreed to act as intermediary between Animal Farm and the world outside, and would visit the farm every Monday. Every Monday morning to receive his instructions. Napoleon ended his speech with the usual cry of "Long live Animal Farm." Long live Animal Farm, and after the singing of Beast of England, the animals were dismissed. Afterwards, Squealer made a round of the farm and set the animals' mind at rest. He assured them that the resolution against engaging in trade and using money had never been passed or even suggested. It was pure imagination, probably traceable in the beginning to the lies circulated by Snowball. A few animals still felt faintly doubtful, but Squealer asked them shrewdly, Are you certain that this is not something that you have dreamed, comrade? Have you any record of such a resolution? Is it written down anywhere? And since it was certainly true that nothing of the kind existed in writing, the animals were satisfied that they had been mistaken. Every Monday, Mr. Whymper visited the farm as had been arranged, He was a sly-looking little man with side whiskers, a solicitor in a very small way of business, but sharp enough to have realized earlier than anyone else that Animal Farm would need a broker and that the commission would be worth having. The animals watched his coming and going with a kind of dread and avoided him as much as possible. Nevertheless, the sight of Napoleon on all fours, delivering orders to Wimper, who stood on two legs, roused their curiosity and partly reconciled them to the new arrangement. Their relations with the human race were now not quite the same as they had been before. The human beings did not hate Animal Farm any less now than that it was prospering. Indeed, they hated it more than ever. Every human being held it as an article of faith that the farm would go bankrupt sooner or later, and above all, the windmill would be a failure. They would meet in the public houses and prove to one another by means of diagrams that the windmill was bound to fall down, or that if it did stand up, then it would never work. And yet, against their will, they had developed a certain respect for the efficiency with which the animals were managing their own affairs. One symptom of this was that they had begun to call Animal Farm by its proper name and ceased to pretend that it was called Manor Farm. They had also dropped their championship of Jones, who had given up hope of getting his farm back and gone to live in another part of the country, except through Wimper. There was as yet no contact between Animal Farm and the outside world, but there were constant rumors that Napoleon was about to enter into a definite business agreement with either with Mr. Pilkington of Foxwood or with Mr. Frederick of Pinchfield, but never, it was noticed, with both simultaneously. It was about this time that the pigs suddenly moved into the farmhouse and took up their residence there. Again, the animals seemed to remember that a resolution against this had been passed in the early days, and again Squealer was able to convince them that this was not the case. It was absolutely necessary, he said, that the pigs, who were the brains of the farm, should have a quiet place to work in. It was also more suited to the dignity of the leader, for of late he had taken to the speaking of Napoleon under the title a leader, to live in the house than in a mere sty. Nevertheless, some of the animals were disturbed when they heard that the pigs were not only took their meals in the kitchen and used the drawing room as a recreation room, but also slept in the beds. Both Boxer passed it off as usual with Napoleon is always right. But Clover, who thought she remembered a definite ruling against beds, went to the end of the barn and tried to puzzle out the 7 commandments which were inscribed there. Finding herself unable to read more than individual letters, she fetched Muriel. Muriel, she said, read the 4th commandment. Does it not say something about never sleeping in a bed with some With some difficulty, Maria spelled it out. It says, "No animal shall sleep in a bed with sheets," she announced. Curiously enough, Clover had not remembered that the fourth commandment mentioned sheets, but it was, there on the wall. It must have been so. And Squilla, who happened to be passing at the moment, attended by 2 or 3 dogs, was about to put the whole matter in its proper perspective. "You have heard, comrades," he said, "that we pigs now sleep in the beds of the farmhouse. And why not? You did not suppose. Surely there were never a ruling against bed. A bed merely means a place of sleep. A pile of straw in a straw is a bed. Properly regarded, the rule was against sheets, which are human invention. We have removed the sheets from the farmhouse bed, and we sleep between blankets, and very comfortable beds they are too, but not more comfortable than we need. I can tell you, comrades, with all the brain work we have to do nowadays, you would not rob us of our repose, would you, comrades? You would not have us too tired to carry out our duties. Surely none of you wish to see Jones back." The animals reassured him on the point immediately. The animal reassured him on this point immediately, and no more was said about the pigs invading the farmhouse bed. And when some days afterwards it was announced that from now on the animals would get up an hour later in the morning, other than the other animals, no complaint was made about that either. By the autumn, animals were tired but happy. They had had a hard year, and after the sale of the part of the hay and corn, the stores of food for the winter were none too plenty, but the windmill compensated for everything. It was almost half done now. After the harvest, there was a stretch of dry weather, and the animals toiled harder than ever, thinking it well worth the while to plod to and fro all day with blocks of block, if by doing so they would raise the walls another height. Boxer would even come out at night and walk for an hour or so on his own by the light of the moon. In their separate moments, the animals would walk and walk and walk, and in their spare moments, the animals would walk round and round and they have finished meal, admiring the strength and perpendicularity of its walls, and marveling that they should ever have been able to build anything so imposing. Only Benjamin refused to grow enthusiastic about the windmill. Although, as usual, he uttered nothing beyond the cryptic remark that donkeys live over time. November came with raging southwest winds. Building had to stop because it was now too wet to mix the cement. Finally, there came a night when the gale was so violent that the farm building rocked on the foundations and several tiles were blown off the roof of the barn. The hens woke up, squawking with terror, because they had all dreamed simultaneously of hearing a gun go off in the distance. In the morning, the animals came out of their stalls to find that the flagstaff had been blown down, and the elm tree at the foot of the orchard had been plucked like a radish. Been plucked like a radish. They had just noticed this when a cry of despair broke from every animal throat. A terrible sight had met their eyes. The windmill was in ruins. With one accord, they dashed down to the spot. Napoleon, who seldom moved out of a walk, raced ahead of them all. Yes, there it lay, the fruit of all the labor, struggles, leveled to its foundation. The stones November. Yeah. Only Benjamin refused to grow enthusiastic about the windmill, although, as usual, he would utter nothing beyond the cryptic remark that donkeys live a long time. November came. November came with raging west wind. Building had to stop because it was now too wet to mix the cement. Finally, there came a night when the gale was so violent that the farm buildings rocked on their foundations, and several tiles were blown off the roof of the barn. Okay, with one accord, they dashed down to the spot. Napoleon, who seldom moved out of a walk, raced ahead of them all. Yes, there it lay, the fruit of all their struggles, leveled to the foundation. The stones that they had broken and carried so laboriously scattered all around. Unable at first to speak, they stood gazing mournfully at the litter of fallen stone. Napoleon paced to and fro in silence, occasionally snuffing the ground. His tail had grown rigid and twitched sharply from side to side, a sign in him of intense mental activity. Suddenly he halted, as though his mind were made up. "Comrades," he said quietly, "do you know who is responsible for this? Do you know the enemy who has come in the night and overthrown our windmill? Snowball," he suddenly roared in a voice of thunder. "Snowball have done this thing in sheer malignity, thinking to set back our plans and avenge himself for the ignominious expulsion. This traitor has kept here under cover of night and destroyed our work of nearly a year. Comrades, here and now I pronounce the death sentence upon Snowball, animal hero second class, and half a bushel of apple to any animal who bring him to justice, a full bushel to anyone who capture him alive." The animals were shocked beyond measure to learn that even Snowball could be guilty of such an action. There was a cry of indignation, and everyone began thinking out ways of catching Snowball if he should ever come back. Almost immediately, the footprints of a pig were discovered in the grass at a little distance from the knoll. They could only be traced to a few yards, but appeared to lead to a hole in the hedge. Napoleon snuffed deeply at them and pronounced them to be Snowballs. He gave it as his opinion, for Snowball had probably come from the direction of Foxwood Farm. "No more delays, comrade," cried Napoleon when the footprints had been examined. "There is no work to be done. This very morning we begin rebuilding the windmill, and we will build all through the winter, rain or shine. We will teach this miserable traitor that he cannot undo our work so easily. Remember, comrades, there must be no alteration in our plans. They shall be carried out to the day. Forward ever, comrades. Long live the windmill. Long live Animal Farm." Chapter 7. It was a bitter winter, The stormy weather was followed by sleet and snow, and then by a hard frost, which did not break till well into February. Well into February. The animals carried on as best they would with the rebuilding of the windmill, well knowing that the outside world was watching them, and that the envious human being would rejoice and triumph if the meal were not finished on time. Out of spite, the human being pretended not to believe that it was Snowball who had destroyed the windmill. They said that it had fallen down because the walls were too thin. The animals knew that it was not the case. Still, it had been decided to build the walls 3 feet thick with time, instead of 18 inches as before, which meant collecting more larger quantities of stone. For a long time, the quarry was full of snowdrift and nothing could be done. Some progress was made in the dry, frosty weather that followed, but it was cruel work, and the animals could not feel so hopeful about it as they had felt before. They were always cold and usually hungry as well. Snowball and Clover never lost heart. Squealer made Yes. For a long time, the quarry was full of snowdrift, and nothing could be done. Some progress was made in the dry, frosty weather that followed, but it was cruel work, and the animals could not feel so hopeful about it as they had felt before. They were always cold and usually very hungry. Only Boxer and Clover never lost heart. Squealer made excellent speeches on the joy of service and the dignity of labor. But the other animals found more inspiration in Boxer's strength and his never falling cry of "I will work harder." In January, food fell short. The corn ration was drastically reduced, and it was announced that an extra potato ration would be issued to make up for it. Then it was discovered that the greater part of the potato crop had been frosted in the clams, which had not been covered thickly enough. The potatoes had become soft and discolored, and only a few were edible. Few days at a time, the animals had nothing to eat but chaff and mangels. Starvation seemed to stare them in the face. It was vitally necessary to conceal this fact from the outside world. Emboldened by the collapse of the windmill, the human beings were inventing fresh lies about animal farms. Once again, it was being put about that the animals were dying of famine and disease, that they were continually fighting amongst themselves and had resorted to cannibalism and infanticide. Napoleon was well aware of the bad results that might follow if the real fact of the food situation were known, and he decided to make use of Mr. Whymper to spread a contrary impression, and hitherto the animal had had little or no contact with Whymper on his weekly visit. Now, however, a few selected animals, mostly sheep, were instructed to remark casually in his hearing that ration had been increased. In addition, Napoleon ordered the almost empty bins in the store shed to be filled nearly to the brim with sand, which was then covered up with what remained of the grain meal. On some suitable pretext, Wimper was led through the store shed and allowed to catch a glimpse of the beans. He was deceived and continued to report to the outside world that there was no food shortage on Animal Farm. Nevertheless, towards the end of January, it became obvious that it would be necessary to procure some more grain from somewhere. In these days, Napoleon rarely appeared in public, but spent all the time in the farmhouse, which was guarded at each door by fierce-looking dogs. When he did emerge, it was in a ceremonial manner, with an escort of 6 dogs who closely surrounded him and growled if anyone came too near. It happened that there was in the yard a pile of timber which had been stacked there 10 years earlier when a beech spinney was cleared. It was well seasoned, and Wimper had advised Napoleon to sell it. Both Mr. Pilkington and Mr. Frederick were anxious to buy it. Napoleon was hesitating between the two. Unable to make up his mind, it was noticed that whenever he seemed on the point of coming to an agreement with Frederick, Snowball was declared to be in the hiding in Foxwood, while when he inclined towards Pilkington, Snowball was said to be at Pinchfield. Suddenly, early in the spring, an alarming thing was discovered. Snowball was secretly frequenting the farm by night. The animals were so disturbed that they could hardly sleep in the stalls. Every night, it was said, he came creeping in under cover of darkness and performed all kinds of mischief. He stole the corn, he upset the milk pail, he broke eggs and trampled the seed beds. He gnawed the bark off the fruit trees. Whenever anything went wrong, it became usual to attribute it to Snowball. If a window was broken or a drain was blocked, someone was certain to say that Snowball had come in the night and done it. And when the key of the store shed was lost, the whole farm was convinced that Snowball had thrown it down the well. Curiously, they went on believing this even after the mislaid key was found under the sack of meal. The cows declared unanimously that Snowball crept into the stall and milked them in their sleep. The rats, which had been troublesome that winter, were also said to be in league with Snowball. Napoleon decreed that there should be a full investigation into Snowball's activities. With his dogs in attendance, he set out and made a careful tour of investigation of the farm buildings. The other animals followed at a respectful distance. At every few steps, Napoleon stopped and snuffed the ground for traces of Napoleon's footsteps, which he said he could detect by the smell. He snuffed in every corner, in the barn, in the cow shed, in the house, in the hen houses, in the vegetable garden, and found traces of Snowball almost everywhere. He would put his snout to the ground, give several deep sniffs, and exclaim in a terrible voice, "Snowball, he has been here. I can smell him distinctly." And at the word Snowball, all the animals let out blood-curdling growls. All the dogs let out blood-curdling growls and showed their teeth. The animals were thoroughly frightened. It seemed to them as though Snowball were some kind of invisible influence, pervading all the air about them and menacing them with all kinds of dangers. In the evening, Squealer called them together and gave an alarmed expression on his face about in the evening, Squealer called them together and with an alarmed expression on his face told them that he had some serious news to report. "Comrades," cried Squealer, making little nervous skips, "a most terrible thing has been discovered. Snowball has sold himself to Frederick of Pinchfield Farm, who is even now plotting to attack us and take our farm away from us. Snowball is to act as his guide when the attack begins. But there is worse than that. We are thought that Snowball's rebellion was caused by his vanity and ambition. But we were wrong, comrades. Do you know what the real reason was? Snowball was in league with Jones from the very start. He was Jones's secret agent all the time. It has all been proved by documents which he left behind and which we have only just discovered. To my mind, this explains a great deal, comrades. Did we not see for ourselves how he attempted, fortunately without success, to get us defeated and destroyed? At the Battle of the Cowshed, the animals were stupefied. This was a wickedness far outdoing Snowball's destruction of the windmill. But it was some minutes before they could fully take it in. They all remembered, or they thought they remembered, how they had seen Snowball charging ahead of them at the Battle of the Cowshed, how he had rallied and encouraged them at every turn, and how he had paused for an instant, even when the pellets from John's gun had wounded his back. At first, it was a little difficult to see how this fitted in with his being on John's side. Even Boxer, who seldom asked questions, was puzzled. He lay down, tucked his four hoofs beneath him, shut his eyes, and with a hard effort managed to formulate his thoughts. "I do not believe that," he said. Snowball fought bravely at the Battle of the Cowshed. I saw him myself. Did we not give him Animal Hero First Class immediately afterward? That was our mistake, comrade. For we know now It is all written down in the secret document that we found, that in reality he was trying to lure us into our doom. But he was wounded, said Boxer. We all saw him running with blood. That was part of the agreement, cried Squealer. Jones's shot only grazed him. It would show you this in his writing. I could show you this in his own writing, if you were able to read it. The plot was for Snowball at the critical moment to give the signal for flight and leave the field to the enemy, and he very nearly succeeded. I will even say, comrades, he would have succeeded if it had not been for our heroic leader, Comrade Napoleon. Do you not remember how just at the moment when Jones and his men had got inside the yard, Snowball suddenly turned and fled, and many animals followed him? And do you remember too that it was just at that moment when the panic was spreading and all seemed lost, that Comrade Napoleon stepped forward with a cry of death to humanity and sank his teeth in Mr. Jones' leg. Surely you remember that, comrade, exclaimed Squealer, frisking from side to side. Now, when Squealer described the scene so graphically, it seemed to the animals that they did remember that. At any rate, they remembered that at the critical moment of the battle, Snowball had turned to flee, but Boxer was still a little uneasy. I do not believe that Snowball was a traitor at the beginning, he said finally. What he has done since is different, but I believe that at the battle of the cowshed he was a good comrade. Our leader, Comrade Napoleon, announced Squealer, speaking with very slowly and firmly, has stated categorically, comrade, that Snowball was Jones' agent from the very beginning. Yes, and from long before the rebellion was ever thought of. Ah, that is different, said Boxer. If Comrade Napoleon says it, it must be right. That is the true spirit, comrade, cried Squealer. But it was noticed that he cast a very ugly look at Boxer with his little twinkling eyes. He turned to go, then paused and added impressive, I warn every animal on this farm to keep his eyes very wide open, for we have reason to think that some of Snowball's secret agents are lurking among us at this moment. 4 days later, in the late afternoon, Napoleon ordered all animals to assemble in the yard. When they were all gathered together, Napoleon emerged from the farmhouse wearing both his medals, for he had recently awarded himself Animal Hero First Class and Animal Hero Second Class, with his 9 dogs frisking around him and uttering growls that sent down all the other down all the animals' spines. They all cowered silently in their places, seeming to know in advance that some terrible thing was about to happen. Napoleon stood sternly, surveying his audience. Then he uttered a high-pitched whimper. Immediately, the dog bounded forward, seized 4 of the pigs by the ear, and dragged them, squealing with pain and terror, to Napoleon's feet. The pigs' ears were bleeding. The dogs had tasted blood, and for a few moments they appeared to go quite mad. The amazement of everybody, 3 of them flung themselves upon Boxer. Boxer saw them coming and put out his great hoof, caught a dog in mid-air, and pinned him to the ground. The dogs shrieked for mercy, and the other two fled with their tails between their legs. Boxer looked at Napoleon to know whether he should crush the dog to death or let it go. Napoleon appeared to change countenance and sharply ordered Boxer to let the dog go. Whereas Boxer lifted his hoof, and the dog slunk away, bruised and howling. Presently the tumult died down. The four pigs waited, trembling with guilt written on every line of their countenances. Napoleon now called upon them to confess their crimes. They were the same four pigs as had protested when Napoleon abolished the Sunday meetings without any further prompting, they confessed that they had been secretly in touch with Snowball ever since his expulsion, that they had collaborated with him in destroying the windmill, and that they had entered into an agreement with him to hand over Animal Farm to Mr. Frederick. They added that Snowball had privately admitted to them that he had been Jones's secret agent for years past. When they had finished their confession, the dogs promptly tore their throats out, and in a terrible voice, Napoleon demanded whether any other animal had any confession to make. The three hens who had been the ringleaders of an attempted rebellion over the eggs now came forward and stated that Snowball had appeared to them in a dream and incited them to disobey Napoleon's orders. They too were slaughtered. The goose came forward and confessed to his secretly 6 years of corn during the last year's harvest and eating them in the night. Then a sheep confessed to having urinated in the drinking pool. Urged to do this, so she said, by Snowball, and 2 other sheep confessed to having murdered an old ram, an especially devoted follower of Napoleon, by chasing him around and around a bonfire when he was suffering from a cough. They were all slain on the spot, and so the tale of confessions and executions went on until there was a pile of corpses lying before Napoleon's feet, and the air was heavy with smell of blood, which had been unknown there since the expulsion of Jones. When it was all over, the remaining animals, except for the pigs and dogs, crept away in a body. They were shaken and miserable. They did not know which was more shocking, the treachery of the animals who had licked themselves with Snowball, or the cruel retribution they had just witnessed. In the old days, there had often been scenes of bloodshed equally terrible, but it seemed to all of them that it was far worse now than that it was happening among themselves. Since Jones had left the farm until today, no animal had killed another animal. Not even a rat had been killed. They had made their way on to the little knoll where the half-finished windmill stood, and with one accord, they all lay down in a thaw, huddling together for warmth. Clover, Muriel, Benjamin, the cows, the sheep, and a whole flock of geese, and hens. Everyone, indeed, except the cat, who had suddenly disappeared just before Napoleon ordered the animals to assemble. For some time, nobody spoke. Only Boxer remained on his feet. He fidgeted to and fro, swishing his long black tail against his sides, and occasionally uttering a little whinnying of surprise. Finally, he said, "I do not understand it. I would not have believed that such things could happen in our farm. It must be due to some fault. The solution, as I see, is to work harder from now onwards. I shall get up a full hour earlier in the morning." And he moved off at his lumbering trot and made for the quarry. Having got there, he collected 2 successive loads of stones and dragged them down to the windmill before retiring for the night. Animals huddled about Clover, not speaking. The knoll where they were lying gave them a wide prospect across the countryside. Most of Animal Farm was within their view. The long pasture, stretching down the main road, the hayfield, the spinney, the drinking pool, the plowed field, where the young wheat was thick and green, and the red roofs of the farm buildings with the smoke coiling from the chimneys. It was a clear spring evening. The grass and the bursting edges were gilded by the level rays of the sun. Never had the farm, and with a kind of surprise, they remembered that it was their own farm. Never had the farm, and with a kind of surprise, they remembered that it was their own farm. Every inch of it, their own property, appeared to the animals so desirable a place. As Clover looked down the hillside, his eyes filled with tears. If she could have spoken her thoughts, it would have been to say that this was not what they had aimed at when they had set themselves years ago to work for the overthrow of the human race. These scenes of terror and slaughter were not what they had looked forward to on that night when old Major stirred them to rebellion. It was herself. If she herself had had any picture of the future, it had been of a society of animals set free from hunger and the whip, all equal, working together according to this capacity, strong, protecting weak, and as she had protected the lost. A lost brood of ducklings with her foreleg on the night of Major's speech. Instead, she did not know why they had come. She did not know why they had come to a time when no one dared speak his mind, when fierce growling dogs roamed everywhere, and when you had to watch your comrades torn to pieces after confessing to shocking crimes. There was no thought of rebellion or disobedience in her mind. She knew that even as things were, they were far better off than they had been in the days of Jones, and that before all else, it was needful to prevent the return of the human beings. Whatever happened, she would remain faithful, work hard, carry out the orders of that way, given to her, and accept the leadership of Napoleon. But still, it was not for this that she and all the other animals had hoped and toiled. It was not for this that they had built the windmill and faced the bullets of John's gun. Such were her thoughts, though she lacked the words to express them. At last, feeling this to be in some way a substitute for the words she was unable to find, she began to sing Beast of England. The other animals sitting round her took it up, and they sang it 3 times over, very tunefully, but slowly and mournfully, in a way they had never sung it before. They had just finished singing it for the 3rd time when Squealer, attended by 2 dogs, approached them, and with the air of having something important to say, he announced that by a special decree of Comrade Napoleon, Beast of England had been abolished. From now onwards, it was forbidden to sing it. The animals were taken aback. "Why?" cried Muriel. "It is no longer needed, comrade," said Squealer, stifling. Beast of England was a song of the rebellion, but the rebellion is now completed. The execution of the external and internal has been defeated. In Beast of England, we express our longing for a better society in days to come, but that society has now been established. Clearly, this song has no longer any purpose. Frightened though they were, some of the animals might possibly have protested, but at that moment the sheep set up their usual bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, which went on for several minutes and put an end to the discussion. So Beast of England was no more in its place. In its place, Minimus the poet had composed another song, which began, "Animal farm, never through me shall thou come to harm." And this was sung every Sunday morning after the hoisting of the flag. But somehow neither the words nor the tune ever seemed to the animals to come up to Beast of England. Chapter 8. A few days later, when the terror caused by the execution had died down, some of the animals remembered, or thought they remembered, that the 6th commandment decreed, "No animal shall kill another animal." And though no one cared to mention it in the hearing of the pigs or the dogs, it was felt that the killings which had taken place did not square with this. Clover asked Benjamin to read her the 6th commandment, and when Benjamin, as usual, said that he refused to meddle in such matters, she fetched Muriel. Muriel read the commandment for her. It ran, "No animal shall kill any other animal without cause." Somehow or other, the last 2 words had slipped out of the animal's memory. But they saw now that the commandment had not been violated, for clearly there was good reason for the killing of traitors who had licked themselves with Snowball. Throughout that year, animals worked even harder than they had worked in the previous year to rebuild the windmill with walls twice as thick as before, and to finish it by the appointed date, together with the regular work of farm, was a tremendous labor. There were times when it seemed to the animals that they worked longer hours and fed no better than they had done in Jones's days. On Sunday mornings, Squealer, holding down a long strip of paper with his trotter, would read out to them lists of figures proving that the production of every class of food had increased by 200%, 300%, or 500%. Disbelieved him, especially as they could no longer remember very clearly what conditions had been like before the rebellion. All the same, there were days when they felt that they would sooner have had less figures and more food. All orders were now issued through Squealer or one of the other pigs. Napoleon himself was not seen in public as often as once in a fortnight. When he did appear, he was attended not only by his retinue of dogs, but a black cockerel who marched in front of him and acted as a kind of trumpeter, letting out a loud cock-a-doodle-cuckoo before Napoleon spoke. Even in the farmhouse, it was said Napoleon inhabited separate apartments from the others. He took his meals alone with 2 dogs to wait upon him and always ate from the Crown Derby dinner service, which had been in the glass cupboard in the drawing room. It was also announced that the gun would be fired every year on Napoleon's birthday, as well as on the other 2 anniversaries. Napoleon was now never spoken of simply as Napoleon. He was always referred to in formal style as our leader, Comrade Napoleon. And the pigs liked to invent for him such titles as Father of all animals, Terror of mankind, Protector of sheepfold, Ducklings' friends, and the like. In his speeches, Squealer would talk with the tears rolling down his cheek of Napoleon's wisdom, the goodness of his heart, and the deep love he bore to all animals everywhere, and even especially the unhappy animals who still lived in ignorance and slavery on other farms. It had become usual to give Napoleon the credit for every success and achievement and every stroke of good fortune. You would often hear one hen remarked to another, "Under the guidance of our leader, Comrade Napoleon, I have laid 5 eggs in 6 days," or 2 cows. Or two cows, enjoying the ship of Comrade Napoleon. How excellent this water tastes. The general feeling on the farm was well expressed in a poem entitled Comrade Napoleon, which was composed by Minimus and which ran as follows: Friend of the fatherless, fountain of happiness, Lord of the swish bucket, oh, how my soul is on fire when I gaze at thy calm and commanding eyes, like the sun in the sky, Comrade Napoleon. Thou art the giver of all that thy creatures love, full belly twice a day, clean straw to roll upon, every beast great or small, sleep at peace in his stall. Thou watchest over all, Comrade Napoleon. Had I a sucking pig, ere he had grown as big, even as a pint bottle, or as a rolling pig, he should have learned to be faithful and true to thee. Yes, his first squeak should be, Comrade Napoleon. Napoleon approved of this poem and caused it to be inscribed on the wall of the big barn at the opposite end from the 7th commandment. It was surmounted by a portrait of Napoleon in profile, executed by Squealer in white paint. Meanwhile, through the agency of Whymper, Napoleon was engaged in complicated negotiations with Frederick and Pilkington. The pile of timber was still unsold. Of the 2, Frederick was the more anxious to get hold of it, but he would not offer a reasonable price. At the same time, there were renewed rumors that Frederick and his men were plotting to attack Animal Farm and to destroy the windmill, the building of which had aroused furious jealousy of him. Snowball was known to be still skulking in Pinchfield Farm. In the middle of the summer, the animals were alarmed to hear that 3 hens had come forward and confessed that, inspired by Snowball, they had entered into a plot to murder Napoleon. They were executed immediately, and fresh precautions for Napoleon's safety were taken. 4 dogs guarded his bed at night, 1 at each corner, and a young pig named Pinky was given the task of tasting all his food before he ate it, lest it should be poisoned. At about the same time, it was given out that Napoleon had arranged to sell the pile of timber to Mr. Pilkington. He was also going to enter into a regular agreement for the exchange of certain products between Animal Farm and Foxwood. The relations between Napoleon and Pilkington, though they were only conducted through Whymper, were now mostly friendly. The animals distrusted Pilkington as a human being, but greatly preferred him to Frederick, whom they both feared and hated. As the summer wore on, the windmill neared completion. The rumor of an impending treacherous attack grew stronger and stronger. Frederick, it was said, intended to bring against them 20 men, all armed with guns, and he had already bribed the magistrates and police, so that if he could once get hold of the title deeds of Animal Farm, they would ask no questions. Moreover, stories were leaking out from Pinchfield about the cruelties that Frederick practiced upon his animals. He had flogged an old horse to death. He starved his cows. He had killed a dog by throwing it into the furnace. He amused himself in the evenings by making cocks fight with splinters of razor blade tied to their spurs. The animals' blood boiled with rage when they heard of these things being done to their comrades, and sometimes they clamored to be allowed to go out in a body and attack Pinchfield Farm, drive out the humans, and set the animals free. But Squealer counseled them to avoid rash actions and trust in Comrade Napoleon's strategy. Nevertheless, feelings against Frederick continued to run high. One Sunday morning, Napoleon appeared in the barn and explained that he had never at any time contemplated selling the pile of timber to Frederick. He considered it beneath his dignity, he said, to have dealings with scoundrels of that description. The pigeons who were still sent out to spread tidings of the rebellion were forbidden to set foot anywhere in Pinchfield, and were also ordered to drop their former slogans of death to humanity in favor of death to Frederick. In the late summer, yet another of Snowball's machination was laid bare. The wheat crop was full of weeds, and it was discovered that on one of his nocturnal visits, Snowball had mixed wheat seeds with the seed corn. A gander who had been privy to the plot had confessed his guilt to Squealer and immediately committed suicide by swallowing deadly nightshade berries. The animals now also learned that Snowball had never, as many of them had hitherto believed, received the order of Animal Hero First Class. This was merely a legend which had been spread some time after the Battle of the Cowshed by Snowball himself. So far, so good. The battle. Once again, some of the animals heard this with a certain bewilderment, but Squealer was soon able to convince them that their memories had been at fault. In the autumn, by a tremendous exhausting effort, for the harvest had to be gathered at almost the same time, the windmill was finished. The machinery had still to be installed, and Whymper was negotiating and the purchase of it, but the structure was completed. In the depth of every difficulty, in spite of inexperience, of primitive implements, of bad luck, and of Snowball's treachery, the work had been finished punctually to the very day. Tired out but proud, the animals walked round and round their masterpiece, which appeared even more beautiful in their eyes than when it had been built the first time. Moreover, the walls were twice as thick as before. Nothing short of explosive would lay them low this time. And when they thought of how they had labored, what encouragement they had overcome, and the enormous difference that would be made in their lives when the cells were turning and the dynamos running. When they thought of all of this, their tiredness forsook them, and they gamboled round and round the windmill, and uttering cries of triumph. Napoleon himself, attended by his dogs and his cockerel, came down to inspect the completed work. He personally congratulated the animals on their achievements and announced that the meal would be named Napoleon Meal. 2 days later, the animals were called together for a special meeting in the barn. They were struck dumb with surprise when Napoleon announced that he had sold the pile of timber to Frederick. Tomorrow, Frederick's wagon would arrive and begin carting it away. Throughout the whole period of his human friendship with Pilkins, all relations with Foxwood had been broken off. Insulting messages had been sent to Pilkington. The pigeons had been told to avoid Foxwood Farm and to alter their slogan from death to Frederick to death to Pilkington. At the same time, Napoleon assured the animals that the stories of an impending attack on Animal Farm were completely untrue, and that the tales about Frederick's cruelty to his animals had been greatly exaggerated. All these rumors had probably originated from Snowball and his agent. It now appeared that Snowball was not, after all, hiding on Pinchfield Farm, and in fact had never been there in his life. He was living in considerable luxury, so it was said, at Foxwood, and had in reality been a pensioner of Pilkington for years past. The pigs were in ecstasies over Napoleon's cunning. By seeming to be friendly with Pilkington, he had forced Frederick to raise his price by 12 pounds. But the superior quality of Napoleon's mind, said Squealer, was shown in the fact that he trusted nobody, not even Frederick. Frederick had wanted to pay for the timber with something called a check, which it seemed was a piece of paper with a promise to pay written upon it. But Napoleon was too clever for him. He had demanded payment in real 5-pound notes, which were to be handed over before the timber were removed. Already, Frederick had paid up, and the sum had been paid. The sum he had paid was just enough to buy the machinery for the windmill. Meanwhile, the timber was being carted away at high speed when it was all gone. Another special meeting was held in the barn for the animal to inspect Frederick's banknotes. Smiling beatifically and wearing both his decorations, Napoleon reposed on a bed of straw on the platform with the money at his side, neatly piled on a china dish from the fine farmhouse kitchen. The animals slowly marched past, and each gazed his fill. And Boxer put out his nose to sniff at the banknotes, and the flimsy white things stirred and rustled in his breath. 3 days later, there was a terrible hullabaloo. Whimper, his face deadly pale, came racing up the path on his bicycle, flung it down in the yard, and rushed straight into the farmhouse. The next moment, a choking roar of rage sounded from Napoleon's apartment. The news of what had happened spread round this farm like wildfire. The banknotes were forgeries. Frederick had gotten the timber for nothing. Napoleon called the animals together immediately and in a terrible voice pronounced the death sentence upon Frederick. When captured, he said, Frederick should be boiled alive. At the same time, he warned them that after this treacherous deed, the worst was to be expected. Frederick and his men might make their long-expected attack at any moment. Sentinels were placed at all the approaches to the farm. In addition, 4 pigeons were sent to Foxwood with a conciliatory message, which it was hoped might re-establish good relations with Pilkington. The very next morning, the attack came. The animals were at breakfast when the lookouts came racing in with the news that Frederick and his followers had already come through the 5 barred gates. Boldly enough, the animals sailed forth to meet them, but this time they did not have the easy victory that they had had in the Battle of the Cowshed. There were 15 men with half a dozen guns between them, and they opened fire as soon as they got within 15 yards. The animals could not face the terrible explosion of the stinging pellets, and in spite of the efforts of Napoleon and Boxer to rally them, they were soon driven back. A number of them were already wounded. They took refuge in the farm and peeped cautiously. We done? What will do it? Continue. Okay. The whole of the big pasture, including the windmill, was in the hands of the enemy. For a moment, even Napoleon seemed at a loss. He paced up and down without a word, his tail rigid and twitching. Wistful, wistful glances were sent in the direction of Foxwood. If Pilkington and his men would help them, the day might yet be won. But at this moment, the 4 pigeons who had been sent out on the day before returned, one of them bearing a scrap of paper from Pilkington. On it was penciled the words, "Serves you right." Meanwhile, Frederick and his men had halted about the windmill. The animals watched them, and a murmur of dismay went round. 2 of the men had produced a crowbar and sledgehammer. They were going to knock the windmill down. "Impossible," cried Napoleon. "We have built the walls far too thick for that. They could not knock it down in a week. Courage, comrades!" But Benjamin was watching the movement of the men intently. The 2, with the hammer and the crowbar, were drilling a hole near the base of the windmill. Slowly and with an air almost of amusement, Benjamin nodded his long muzzle. "I thought so," he said. "Do you not see what they are doing? In another moment, they are going to pack blasting powder into that hole." Terrified, the animals waited. It was impossible to venture out of the shelter of the building. After a few minutes, the men were seen to be running in all directions. Then there was a deafening roar. The pigeons swelled into the air, and all the animals, except Napoleon, flung themselves flat on their bellies and hid their faces. When they got up again, a huge cloud of black smoke was hanging where the windmill had been. Slowly, the breeze drifted it away. The windmill had ceased to exist. At this sight, the animals' courage returned to them. The fear and despair they had felt a moment earlier were drowned. In their rage against this vile, contemptible act, a mighty cry for vengeance went up, and without waiting for further orders, they charged further in a body and made straight for the enemy. This time, they did not heed the cruel pellet that swept over them like hail. It was a bitter battle. The men fired again and again, and when the animals got to close quarters, lashed out with their sticks and heavy boots. A cow, 3 sheep, and 2 geese were killed, and nearly everyone was wounded. Even Napoleon, who was directing operations from the rear, had the tip of his tail chipped by a pellet. But the men did not go unscathed either. 3 of them had their heads broken by blows from boxers' hoofs. Another was gored in the belly by a cow's horn. Another had his trouser nearly torn off by Jesse and Bluebell. And when the 9 dogs of Napoleon's own bodyguard, whom he had instructed to make a detour under the cover of the hedge, suddenly appeared on the men's flank, baying ferociously, panic overtook them. They saw that they were in danger of being surrounded. Frederick shouted to his men to get out while the going was good, and the next moment, the cowardly enemy was running for dear life. The animals chased them right down to the bottom of the field and got in some last kicks at them as they forced their way through the torn hedge. They had won, but they were weary and bleeding. Slowly, they began to limp back towards the farm. The sight of their dead comrades stretched upon the grass moved some of them to tears, and for a while they were halted in sorrowful silence at the place where the windmill had once stood. Yes, it was gone, almost the last. The last trace of their labor was gone. Even the foundation were partially destroyed, and in rebuilding it, they could not this time, as before, make use of the fallen stones. This time, the stones had vanished too. The force of the explosion had flung them to distances of hundreds of yards. It was as though the windmill had never been. As they approached the farm, Squealer, who had unaccountably been absent during the fighting, came skipping towards them, whisking his tail and beaming with satisfaction, and the animals heard from the direction of the farm building the solemn booming of a gun. "What is that gun firing for?" said Boxer. "To celebrate our victory," cried Squealer. "What victory?" said Boxer. His knees were bleeding, he had lost a shoe and split his hoof, and a dozen pellets had lodged themselves in his hind legs. "What victory, comrade? Have we not driven the enemy off our soil, the sacred soil of Animal Farm? But they have destroyed the windmill, and we had worked on it for 2 years. What matter? We will build another windmill. We would build 6 windmills if we feel like it. You do not appreciate, comrade, the mighty thing that we have done. The enemy was in occupation of this very ground that we stand upon. And now, thanks to the leadership of Comrade Napoleon, we have won every inch of it back again. Then we have won back what we had before," said Boxer. "That is our victory," said Squealer. They limped into the yard. The pellets under the skin of Boxer's legs smarted painfully. He saw ahead of him the heavy labor of rebuilding the windmill from the foundations, and already, in imagination, he braced himself for the task. But for the first time, it occurred to him that he was not 11 years old, and that perhaps his great muscles were not quite what they had once been. But when the animals saw the green flag flying and heard the gun firing again 7 times, it was fired in all, and heard the speech that Napoleon made, congratulating them on their conduct, it did not seem to them after all that they had won a great victory. The animals slain in the battle were given a solemn funeral. Boxer and Clover pulled the wagon which served as a hearse, and Napoleon himself walked at the head of the procession. 2 whole days were given over to celebrations. There were songs, speeches, and more firings of the gun, and a special gift of an apple was bestowed on every animal, with 2 ounces of corn for each bird and 3 biscuits for each dog. It was announced that the battle would be called the Battle of the Windmill, and Napoleon had created a new decoration, the Order of the Green Banner, which he had conferred upon himself. In the general rejoicings, the unfortunate affair of the bank notes was forgotten. It was a few days later that the pigs came upon a case of whiskey in the cellars of the farmhouse. It had been overlooked at the time when the house was first occupied. That night, there came from the farmhouse the sound of loud singing, in which, to everyone's surprise, the strains of Beast of England were mixed up. At about 9:30, Napoleon, wearing an old bowler hat of Mr. Jones, was distinctly seen to emerge from the back door, gallop rapidly round the yard, and disappear indoors again. But in the morning, a deep silence hung over the farmhouse. Not a pig appeared to be stirring. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Squealer made his appearance, walking slowly and dejectedly, his eyes dull, his tail hanging limply behind him, and with every appearance of being seriously ill. He called the animals together and told them he had a terrible piece of news to impart. Comrade Napoleon was dying. A cry of lamentation went up. Straw was laid down outside the doors of the fine farmhouse, and the animals walked on tiptoe. With tears in their eyes, they asked one another what they should do if their leader were taken away from them. A rumor went round that Snowball had after all contrived to introduce poison into Napoleon's food. At 11 o'clock, Squealer came out to make another announcement. As his last act upon earth, Comrade Napoleon had pronounced a solemn decree. The drinking of alcohol was to be punished by death. By the evening, however, Napoleon appeared to be somewhat better, and the following morning, Squealer was able to tell them that he was well on the way to recovery. By the evening of that day, Napoleon was back at work, and on the next day, it was learned that he had instructed Whymper to purchase in Wellington some booklets on brewing and distilling. A week later, Napoleon gave orders that the small paddock beyond the orchard, which it had previously been intended to set aside as a grazing ground for animals who were past work, was to be plowed up. It was given out that the pasture was exhausted and needed reseeding, but it soon became known that Napoleon intended to sow it with barley. About this time, there occurred a strange incident which hardly anyone was able to understand. One night, about 12 o'clock, there was a loud crash in the yard, and the animals rushed out of the stalls. It was a moonlit night. At the foot of the hall, at the end wall of the big barn, where the 7 commandments were written, there lay a ladder broken in 2 pieces. Squealer, temporarily stunned, was sprawling beside it, and near at hand there lay a lantern, a paintbrush, and an overturned pot of white paint. The dogs immediately made a ring around Squealer and escorted him back to the farmhouse as soon as he was able to walk. None of the animals could form any idea as to what this meant, except old Benjamin, who nodded his muzzle with a knowing air and seemed to understand, but would say nothing. But a few days later, Muriel, reading from the 7 commandments to herself, noticed that there was yet another of them, which the animals had remembered wrong. They had thought that the 5th commandment was, "No animal shall drink alcohol," but there were 2 words that they had forgotten. Actually, the commandment read, "No animal shall drink alcohol to excess." Chapter 9. Boxer's split hoof was a long time in healing. They had started the rebuilding of the windmill the day after the victory celebrations were ended. Boxer refused to take even a day off work and made it a point of honor not to let it be seen that he was in pain. In the evenings, he would admit privately to Clover that the hoof troubled him a great deal. Clover treated the hoof with poultices of herbs, which she prepared by chewing them, and both she and Benjamin urged Boxer to work less hard. "A horse's lungs do not last forever," she said to him. But Boxer would not listen. He said, only one real ambition left: to see the windmill well underway before he reached the age of retirement. At the beginning, when the laws of Animal Farm were first formulated, the retiring age had been fixed for horses and pigs at 12, for cows at 14, for dogs at 9, for sheep at 7, and for hens and geese at 5. Liberal old age pensions had been agreed upon. As yet, no animal had actually retired on pension, but of late, the subject had been discussed more and more. Now that the small field beyond the orchard had been set aside for barley, it was rumored that a corner of the large pasture was to be fenced off and turned into a grazing ground for superannuated animals. For a horse, it was said the pension would be 5 pounds of corn a day, and in winter, 15 pounds of hay, with a carrot or possibly an apple on public holidays. Boxer's 12th birthday was due in the late summer of the following year. Meanwhile, life was hard. The winter was as cold as the last one had been, and food was even shorter. Once again, all rations were reduced, except those of the pigs and the dogs. A too rigid equality in rations, Squealer explained, would have been contrary to the principles of animalism. In any case, he had no difficulty in proving to the other animals that they were not in reality short of food, whatever their appearances might be. For the time being, certainly, it has been found necessary to make a readjustment of rations. Squealer always spoke of it as a readjustment, never as a reduction. But in comparison with the days of Jones, the improvement was enormous. Reading out the figures in a shrill, rapid voice, he proved to them in detail that they had more oats, more hay, more turnips than they had had in Jones's days. That they worked shorter hours, that their drinking water was of better quality, that they lived longer, that a larger proportion of their younger ones survived infancy, and that they had more straw in their stores and suffered less from fleas. The animals believed every word of it. Truth to tell, Jones and all he stood for had almost faded out of their memories. They knew that life nowadays was harsh and bare, that they were often hungry and often cold, and that they were usually walking when they were not asleep. But doubtless it had been worse in the old days. They were glad to believe so. Besides, in those days they had been slaves, and now they were free, and that made all the difference, as Squealer did not fail to point out. There were many more mouths to feed now. In the autumn, the 4 sows had all littered about simultaneously, producing 31 young pigs between them. The young pigs were piebald, and as Napoleon was the only boy on the farm, it was possible to guess at their parentage. It was announced that later, when bricks and timber had been purchased, a schoolroom would be built in the farmhouse. In the farmhouse garden. For the time being, the young pigs were given their instructions by Napoleon himself in the farmhouse kitchen. They took their exercise in the garden and were discouraged from playing with the other young animals. About this time, too, it was laid down as a rule that when a pig and other animal met on the path, the other animals must stand aside, and also that all pigs of whatever degree were to have the privilege of wearing green ribbons on their tails on Sundays. The farm had a fairly successful year, but was still short of money. There were the bricks, sand, and lime for the schoolroom to be purchased, and it would be necessary to begin saving up again for the machinery for the windmill. Then there were lamp oil and candles for the house, sugar for Napoleon's own table. He forbade this to the other pigs, on the ground that it made them fat, and all the usual replacements such as tools, nails, strings, coal, wire, scrap iron, and dog biscuits. A stump of hair and a part of the potato crops were sold off, and the contract for eggs was increased to 600 a week, so that year the hens barely hatched enough chicks to keep their numbers at the same level. Rations reduced in December were reduced again in February, and lanterns in the stores were forbidden to save oil. But the pigs seemed comfortable enough, and in fact were putting on weight, if anything. One afternoon in late February, a warm, rich, appetizing scent, such as the animals had never smelled before, wafted itself across the yard from the little brew house, which had been disused in Jones's time, and which stood beyond the kitchen. Someone said it was the smell of cooking barley. The animals sniffed the air hungrily and wondered whether a warm mash was being prepared for their supper. But no warm mash appeared, and on the following Sunday it was announced that from now onwards all barley would be reserved for the pigs. The field beyond the orchard had already been sown with barley, and the news soon leaked out that every pig was now receiving a ration of a pint of beer daily, with half a gallon for Napoleon himself, which was always served to him in the crown derby soup tureen. But if there were hardships to be borne, they were partly offset by the fact that life nowadays had a great dignity than it had had before. There were more songs, more speeches, more processions. Napoleon had commanded that once a week there should be held something called a spontaneous demonstration, the object of which was to celebrate the struggles and triumph of Animal Farm. At the appointed time, the animals would leave their work and march around the precincts of the farm in military formation, with pigs leading, then the horses, then the cows, then the sheep, then the poultry. The dogs flanked the procession, and at the head of all marched Napoleon's black cockerel. Boxer and Clover always carried between them a green banner marked with the hoof and the horn, and the caption, "Long live Comrade Napoleon." Afterwards, there were recitations of poems composed in Napoleon's honor, and a speech by Squealer giving particulars of the latest increases in the production of foodstuff, and on occasions a shot was fired from the gun. The sheep were the greatest devotees of the spontaneous demonstration, and if anyone complained, as a few animals sometimes did when no pigs or dogs were near, that they wasted time and meant a lot of standing about in the cold, the sheep were sure to silence him with a tremendous bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. But by and large, the animals enjoyed these celebrations. They found it comforting to be reminded that, after all, they were truly their own masters, and that the work they did was for their own benefit. So that what with the songs, the processions, Squealer's list of figures, the thunder of the gun, the crowning of the cockerel, and the fluttering of the flag, they were about to forget that, and their bellies were empty, at least part of the time. In April, Animal Farm was proclaimed a republic, and it became necessary to elect a president. There was only one candidate, Napoleon, who was elected unanimously. On the same day, it was given out that fresh documents had been discovered, which revealed further details about Snowball's complicity with Jones. It now appeared that Snowball had not, as the animals had previously imagined, merely attempted to lose the battle of the cowshed by means of a stratagem, but had been openly fighting on Jones's side. In fact, it was he who had actually been the leader of the human forces and had charged into battle with the words "Long live humanity" on his lips. The wounds of Snowball's back, which a few of the animals still remembered to have seen, had been inflicted by Napoleon's teeth. In the middle of the summer, Moses the raven suddenly reappeared on the farm. After an absence of several years, he was quite unchanged, still do no work, and talk in the same strain as ever about Sugar Candy Mountain. He would perch on a stump, flap his black wing, and talk by an hour to anyone who would listen. "Up there, comrades," he would say solemnly, pointing to the sky with his large beak. "Up there, just on the other side of that dark cloud that you see, there it lies, Sugar Candy Mountain, the happy country where we poor animals shall rest forever from our labors. He even claimed to have been there on one of his higher flights and to have seen the everlasting field of clover and the linseed cake and lump sugar growing on the hedges. Many of the animals believed him. Their lives now they reasoned were hungry. Their lives now they reasoned were hungry and laborious. Was it not right? And just that a better world should exist somewhere else? A thing that was difficult to determine was the attitude of the pigs towards Moses. They all declared contemptuously that his stories about Sugar Candy Mountain were lies, and yet they allowed him to remain on the farm, not working, with an allowance of a gill of beer every day. After his hoof had healed, Boxer worked harder than ever. Indeed, all the animals worked like slaves that year. Apart from the regular work of the farm and the rebuilding of the windmill, there was a schoolhouse for the young pigs, which was started in March. Sometimes the long hours on insufficient food were hard to bear, but Boxer never faltered. In nothing that he said or did was there any sign that his strength was not what it had been. It was only his appearance that was a little altered. His hide was less shiny than it had used to be, and his great haunches seemed to have shrunken. The others said, Boxer will pick up when the spring grass comes up. But the spring came and Boxer grew no fatter. Sometimes on the slope leading to the top of the quarry, when he braced his muscles against the weight of some vast boulder, it seemed that nothing kept him on his feet except the will to continue. At such times his lips were seen to form the words. It was work harder. He had no voice left. Once again, Clover and Benjamin warned him to take care of his health, but Boxer paid no attention. His 12th birthday was approaching. He did not care what happened so long as a good store of stone was accumulated before he went on pension. Late one evening in the summer, a sudden rumor ran round the farm that something had happened to Boxer. He had gone out alone to drag a load of stone down to the windmill, and sure enough, the rumor was true. A few minutes later, 2 pigeons came racing in with the news, Boxer has fallen. He is lying on his side and can't get up. About half the animals on the farm rushed out to the knoll where the windmill stood. There lay Boxer, between the shaft of the cart, his neck stretched out, unable even to raise his head. His eyes were glazed, his sides matted with sweat. A thin stream of blood had trickled out of his mouth. Clover dropped to her knees at his side. Boxer, she cried, how are you? It is my lung, said Boxer in a weak voice. It does not matter. I think you would be able to finish the windmill without me. There is a pretty good store of stone accumulated. I had only another month to go in any case. To tell you the truth, I had been looking forward to my retirement. And perhaps as Benjamin is growing old too, they will let him retire at the same time and be a companion to me. We must get help at once, said Clover. Run, somebody, and tell Squealer what has happened. All the other animals immediately raced back to the farmhouse to give Squealer the news. Only Clover remained and Benjamin, who lay down at Boxer's side, and without speaking, kept the flies off him with his long tail. After about a quarter of an hour, Squealer appeared, full of sympathy and concern. He said that Comrade Napoleon had learned with the very deepest distress of his misfortune to one of the most loyal workers on the farm, and was already making arrangements to send Boxer to be treated in the hospital at Willingdon. The animals felt a little uneasy at this. Except for Moliere and Snowball, no other animal had left the farm, and they did not like to think of a sick comrade in the hands of human beings. However, Squealer easily convinced them that the veterinary surgeon in Willingdon would treat Boxer's case more satisfactorily than could be done on the farm. And about half an hour later, Boxer had somewhat recovered. He was with difficulty got on to his feet and managed to limp back to his stall, where Clover and Benjamin had prepared a good bed of straw for him. For the next 2 days, Boxer remained in his stall. The pigs had sent out a large bottle of pink medicine which they had found in the medicine chest in the bathroom, and Clover administered it to Boxer twice a day after meals. In the evenings, she lay in his stall and talked to him, while Benjamin kept the flies off him. Boxer professed not to be sorry for what had happened. If he made a good recovery, he might expect to live another 3 years, and he looked forward to the peaceful days that he would spend in the corner of the big pasture. It would be the first time that he had leisure to study and improve his mind. He intended to devote the rest of his life to learning the remaining 22 letters of the alphabet. However, Benjamin and Clover could only be with Boxer after working hours, and it was in the middle of the day when the van came to take him away. The animals were all at work weeding turnips under the supervision of a pig when they were astonished to see Benjamin come galloping from the direction of the farm building, braying at the top of his voice. It was the first time that they had ever seen Benjamin excited. Indeed, it was the first time that anyone had ever seen him gallop. "Quick, quick," he shouted. "Come at once, they are taking Boxer away." Without waiting for orders from the pig, the animals broke off work and raced back to the farm building. Sure enough, there in the yard, was a large closed van drawn by 2 horses with lettering on its side, and a sly-looking man in a low-crowned bowler hat sitting on the driver's seat, and Boxer's stall was empty. The animals crowded the van. "Bye-bye, Boxer," they chorused. "Goodbye, goodbye." "Fools!" shouted Benjamin, prancing round them and stamping the earth with his small hoof. "Fools! Do you not see what is written on the side of that van?" That gave the animals pause, and there was a hush. Muriel began to spell out the word, but Benjamin pushed her aside, and in the midst of a deadly silence, he read, "Alfred Simmons, horse slaughterer and glue boiler, Willingdon. Dealer in hides and bone meal, Kennel's Supply." Do you not understand what that means? They are taking Boxer to the knackers. A cry of horror burst from all the animals. At this moment, the man on the box whipped up the horses, and the van moved out of the yard at a smart speed. All the animals followed, crying out at the top of their voices. Clover forced her way to the front. The van began to gather speed. Clover tried to stir her stout limb to a gallop and achieved a canter. "Boxer! Boxer!" she cried. "Boxer! Boxer!" And just at that moment, as though he had heard the uproar outside, Boxer's face with the white strap down his nose appeared at a small window at the back of the van. "Boxer!" cried Clover in a terrible voice. "Boxer, get out! Get out quickly! They are taking you to your death!" All the animals took up the cry of "Get out, Boxer! Get out, Boxer! Get out!" But the van was already gathering speed and drawing away from them. It was uncertain whether Boxer had understood what Clover had said, but a moment later his face disappeared from the window, and there was the sound of a tremendous drumming of hoofs inside the van. He was trying to kick his way out. The time had been when a few kicks from Boxer's hoof would have smashed the van into matchwood, but alas, his strength had left him, and in a few moments the sound of drumming hoof grew fainter and died away. In desperation, the animals began appealing to the 2 horses which drew the van to stop, Comrades, comrades, they shouted, don't take your own brother to his death. But the stupid brutes, too ignorant to realize what was happening, merely set back their ears and quickened their pace. Boxer's face did not appear at the window. Too late, someone thought of racing ahead and shutting the 5-barred gate. But in another moment, the van was through it and rapidly disappearing down the road. Boxer was never seen again. 3 days later, it was announced that he had died in the hospital at Willingdon, in spite of receiving every attention a horse could have. Squealer came to announce the news to the others. He had said, being present during Boxer's last hours. It was the most affecting sight I had ever seen, said Squealer, lifting his trotter and wiping away a tear. I was at his bedside at the very last, and at the end, almost too weak to speak, he whispered in my ear that his sole sorrow was to have passed on before the windmill was finished. Forward, comrades, he whispered, forward in the name of rebellion. Long live Animal Farm, long live Comrade Napoleon. Napoleon is always right. Those were his very last words, comrades. Here, Squealer's demeanor suddenly changed. He fell silent for a moment, and his eyes darted suspicious glances from side to side before he proceeded. It had come to his knowledge that he said that a foolish and wicked rumor had been circulated that at the time of Boxer's removal, some of the animals had noticed that the van which took Boxer away was marked Horse Slaughterer, and had actually jumped to the conclusion that Boxer was being sent to the knackers to be slaughtered. It was almost unbelievable, said Squealer, that any animal could be so stupid. Surely, he cried indignantly, whisking his tail and skipping from side to side. Surely, they knew their beloved leader, Comrade Napoleon, better than that. But the explanation was really very simple. The van had previously been the property of the knacker and had been bought by the veterinary doctor, the surgeon, who had not yet painted the old name out. That was how the mistake had arisen. The animals were enormously relieved to hear this, and when Squealer went on to give further graphic details of Boxer's deathbed, the admirable care he had received, and the expensive medicine for which Napoleon had paid without a thought as to the cost, their last doubt disappeared, and the sorrow that they felt for their comrade's death was tempered by the thought that at least he had died happy. Napoleon himself appeared at the meeting on the following Sunday morning and pronounced a short oration in Boxer's honor. It had not been possible, he said, to bring back his lamented comrade's remains for interment on the farm, but he had ordered a large wreath to be made from the laurels in the farmhouse garden and sent down to be placed on Boxer's grave. And in a few days' time, the pigs intended to hold a memorial banquet in Boxer's honor. Napoleon ended his speech with a reminder of Boxer's two favorite maxims: I will work harder, and Comrade Napoleon is always right. Maxims, he said, which every animal would do well to adopt as his own. On the day appointed for the banquet, a grocer's farm drove up to Willingdon and delivered a large wooden crate at the farmhouse. That night, there was a sound of uproarious singing, which was followed by what sounded like a violent quarrel, and ended at about 11 o'clock with a tremendous crash of glass. No one stirred in the farmhouse before noon on the following day, and the word went round that from some way or the other, the pigs had acquired the money to buy themselves another case of whiskey. Chapter 10. Years passed. The seasons came and went. The short animals' lives fled by. A time came when there was no one who remembered the old days before the rebellion, except Clover, Benjamin, Moses, the raven, and a number of the pigs. Muriel was dead. Bluebell, Jesse, and Pincher were dead. Jones, too, was dead. He had died in an inebriate's home in another part of the country. Snowball was forgotten. Boxer was forgotten, except by the few who had known him. Clover was an old stout mare now, stiff in the joints and with a tendency to rheumy eyes. She was 2 years past the retiring age, but in fact no animal had ever actually retired. The talk of setting aside a corner of the pasture for superannuated animals had long since been dropped. Napoleon was now a mature boar of 24 stone. Squealer was so fat that he could with difficulty see out of his eyes. Only old Benjamin was much the same as ever, except for being a little grayer about the muscle, and since Boxer's death, more morose and taciturn than ever. There were many more creatures on the farm now, although the increase was not so great as he had expected in earlier years. Many animals had been born to whom the rebellion was only a dim tradition, passed on by word of mouth, and others had been bought who had never heard mention of such a thing before their arrival. The farm possessed 3 horses now beside Clover. They were fine, upstanding beasts, willing workers, and good comrades, but very stupid. None of them proved able to learn the alphabet. Beyond the letter B, they accepted everything that they were told about the rebellion and the principles of animalism, especially from Clover, for whom they had an almost filial respect. But it was doubtful whether they understood very much about it. The farm was more prosperous now and better organized. It had been enlarged by 2 fields which had been successfully completed. At last, the animal possessed a threshing machine. The farm possessed a threshing machine and a hay elevator of its own, and various new buildings had been added to it. Whimper had bought himself a dog cart. The windmill, however, had not, after all, been used for generating electric power. It was used for milling corn and brought in a handsome money profit. The animals were hard at work, building yet another windmill. When that one was finished, so it was said, the dynamos would be installed. But the luxuries of which Snowball had once taught the animals to dream, the stalls with electric light and hot and cold water, and the 3-day work week, they were no longer talked about. Napoleon had denounced such ideas as contrary to the spirit of animalism. The truest happiness, he said, lay in working hard and living frugally. Somehow it seemed as though the farm had grown richer without making the animals themselves any richer, except of course for the pigs and dogs. Perhaps this was partly because there were so many pigs and so many dogs. It was not that these creatures did not work after their fashion. There was a squealer was never tired of explaining endless work in the supervision and organization of the farm. Much of this work was of a kind that the other animals were too ignorant to understand. For example, Squealer told them that the pigs had to expend enormous labors every day upon mysterious things called files, reports, minutes, memoranda. These were large sheets of paper which had to be closely covered with writing. As soon as they were covered, they were burnt in the furnace. This was the highest importance for the welfare of the farm. This was of the highest importance for the welfare of the farm, Squealer said. But still, neither pig nor dogs produce any food by their own labor. And there were very many of them. and their appetites were always good. As for the others, their life was, so far as they knew, was as it had always been. They were generally hungry. They slept on straw. They drank from the pool. They labored in the fields in winter. They were troubled by the cold, and in summer by the flies. Sometimes the older ones among them racked their dim memories and tried to determine whether in the early days of the rebellion, when Jones's expulsion was still recent, things had been better or worse than now. They could not remember. There was nothing with which they could compare their present lives. They had nothing to go upon except Squealer's list of figures, which invariably demonstrated that everything was getting better and better. The animals found the problem insoluble. In any case, they had little time for speculating on such things now. Only old Benjamin professed to remember every detail of the long life of his long life, and to know that things never had been, nor ever could be, much better or much worse. Hunger, hardship, and disappointment being, so he said, the unalterable law of life. And yet the animals never gave up hope. More, they never lost, even for an instant, their sense of honor and privilege in being members of the animal farm. They were still the only animal in the whole country. They were still the only farm in the whole country, in all England, owned and operated by animals. Not one of them, not even the youngest, not even the newcomers who had been brought from farms 10 or 20 miles away, ever ceased to marvel at that. And when they heard the gun booming, and saw the green flag fluttering at the masthead, their hearts swelled with imperishable pride, and the talk turned always toward the old historic days, the expulsion of Jones, the writing of the 7 Commandments, the great battles in which the human invaders had been defeated. None of the old dreams had been abandoned. The republic of the animals, which Major had foretold, when the green fields of England should be untrodden by human feet, was still believed on. Some days it was coming. It might not be soon. It might not be within the lifetime of any animal now living, but still it was coming. Even the tune, Beast of England, was perhaps hummed secretly here and there. At any rate, it was a fact that every animal on the farm knew it, though no one would have dared to sing it aloud. It might be that their lives were hard and that not all of their hopes had been fulfilled, but they were conscious that they were not as other animals. If they went hungry, it was not from feeding tyrannical human beings. If they worked hard, at least they worked for themselves. No creature among them went upon 2 legs. No animal called any other animal master. All animals were equal. One day, in the early summer, Squealer ordered the sheep to follow him and led them out to a piece of waste ground at the other end of the farm, which had become overgrown with birch saplings. The sheep spent the whole day there browsing at the leaves under Squealer's supervision. In the evening, he returned to the farmhouse himself, but as it was warm weather, told the sheep to stay where they were. It ended by their remaining there for a whole week, during which time the other animals saw nothing of them. Squealer was with them for the greater part of the day, every day. He said, teaching them to sing a new song for which privacy was needed. It was just after the sheep had returned on a pleasant evening, when the animals had finished work and were making their way back to the farm buildings, that the terrified neighing of a horse sounded from the yard. startled the animals, stopped in their track. It was Clover's voice. She neighed again, and all the animals broke into a gallop and rushed into the yard. Then they saw what Clover had seen. It was a pig walking on his hind legs. Yes, it was Squealer, a little awkwardly, as though not quite used to supporting his considerable bulk in that position, but with perfect balance. He was strolling across the yard, and a moment later, out of the door of the farmhouse came a long file of pigs, all walking on their hind legs. Some did it better than others. One or two were even a trifle unsteady, and looked as though they would have liked the support of a stick. But every one of them made his way right around the yard successfully. And finally, there was a tremendous baying of dogs and a shrill growling from the black cockerel. And out came Napoleon himself, majestically upright, casting naughty glances from side to side, and with his dogs gambolling around him. He carried a whip in his trotter. There was a deadly silence. Amazed, terrified, huddling together, the animals watched the long line of pigs march slowly around the yard. It was as though the world had turned upside down. Then there came a moment when the first shock had worn off, and when, in spite of everything, in spite of the terror of the dogs and the habit developed through long years of never complaining, never criticizing, no matter what happened, they might have uttered some word of protest. But just at that moment, as though at a signal, all the sheep burst into a tremendous bleating of four legs good, 2 legs better, 4 legs good, 2 legs better, 4 legs good, 2 legs better. It went on for 5 minutes without stopping, and by the time the sheep had quieted down, the chance to utter any protest had passed, for the pigs had marched back into the farmhouse. Benjamin felt a nose nuzzling at his shoulder. He looked round. It was Clover. Her old eyes looked dimmer than ever. Without saying anything, she tugged gently at his mane and led him round to the end of the big barn, where the 7 commandments were written. For a minute or two, they stood gazing at the tarred walls with its white lettering. "My sight is failing me," she said finally. "Even when I was young, I could not have read what was written there. But it appears to me that word looks different. Are the 7 commandments the same as they used to be?" For once, Benjamin consented to break his rule, and he read out to her what was written on the wall. There was nothing there now except a single commandment. After all, a single commandment, and it ran, "All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others." After that, it did not seem strange when next day the pigs who were supervising the work of the farm all carried whips in their trotters. It did not seem strange to learn that the pigs had bought themselves a wireless handset and were arranging to install a telephone, and had taken out subscription to John Bull, Tidbits, and Daily Mirror magazines. It did not seem strange when Napoleon was seen strolling in the farmhouse garden with a pipe cigarette in his mouth. No, not even when the pigs took Mr. Jones's clothes and out of the wardrobe and put them on. Napoleon appearing in a black coat, red catcher breeches, and leather leggings, while his favorite sow, his wife, appeared in the watered silk dress which Mrs. Jones had been used to wearing on Sundays. A week later, in the afternoon, a number of dog carts drove up to the farm. A deputation of neighboring farmers had been invited to make a tour of inspection. They were shown all over the farm and expressed admiration for everything they saw, especially the windmill. The animals were weeding the turnip field. They worked diligently, hardly raised their faces from the ground, and not knowing whether to be more frightened of the pigs or of the human visitors. That evening, loud laughter and bursts of singing came from the farmhouse, and suddenly, at the sound of the mingled voices, the animals were stricken with curiosity. What would be happening in there? Now that for the first time animals and human beings were meeting on terms of equality with one accord, they began to creep as quietly as possible into the farmhouse garden. At the gate, they paused, half frightened to go on, but Clover led the way. They tiptoed up to the house, and such animals as were tall enough peered in at the dining room window. There, round the long table, sat half a dozen farmers and half a dozen of the more prominent pigs. Napoleon himself occupied the seat of honor at the head of the table. The pigs appeared completely at ease in their chairs. The company had been enjoying a game of cards, but had broken off for the moment, evidently in order to drink a toast. A large jug was circulating, and the mugs were being filled with beer. No one noticed the wondering face of the animals that gazed in the window. Mr. Pilkington of Foxwood had stood up, his mug in his hand. In a moment, he said he would ask the present company to drink a toast, but before doing so, there were a few words that he felt it incumbent upon him to say. It was a source of great satisfaction to him, he said, and he was sure to all others present to feel that a long period of mistrust and misunderstanding had now come to an end. There had been a time, not that he or any other present person had shared such sentiments, but there had been a time when the respected proprietors of Animal Farm had been regarded, he would not say with hostility, but perhaps with a certain measure of misgiving, by their human neighbors. Unfortunate incidents had occurred. Mistaken ideas had been current. It had been felt that the existence of a farm owned and operated by pigs was somehow abnormal and was liable to have an unsettling effect on the neighborhood. Too many farmers had assumed without due inquiry that on such a farm a spirit of license and indiscipline would prevail. They had been nervous about the effect upon their own animals or even upon their human employees, but all such doubts were now dispelled. Today, he and his friends had visited Animal Farm and inspected every inch of it with their own eyes, and what they did they find? Not only the most up-to-date methods, but a discipline and an orderliness which would be an example to all farmers everywhere. He believed that he was right in saying that the lower animals on Animal Farm did more work and received less food than any animal in the county. Indeed, he and his fellow visitors today had observed many features which they intended to introduce in their own farms immediately. He would end his remarks, he said, by emphasizing once again the friendly feelings that subsisted and ought to subsist between Animal Farm and its neighbors. Between pigs and human beings, there was not. And there need not be any clash of interest whatsoever. Their struggles and their difficulties were one. Was not the labor problem the same everywhere? Here it became apparent that Mr. Pilkington was about to spring some carefully prepared witticism on the company. But for a moment he was too overcome by amusement to be able to utter it. After much choking, during which his various chin turned purple, he managed to get it out. If you have your lower animals to contend with, he said, we have our lower classes. This bon mot set the table in a row, and Pilkington once again congratulated the pigs on the low rations, the long working hours, and the general absence of pampering which he had observed on Animal Farm. And now, he said finally, he would ask the company to rise to their feet and make certain that their glasses were full. Gentlemen, concluded Mr. Pilkington. Gentlemen, I give you a toast to the prosperity of Animal Farm. There was enthusiastic cheering and stamping of feet. Napoleon was so gratified that he left his place and came round the table to clink mugs against Mr. Pilkington's before emptying it. When the cheering had died down, Napoleon, who had remained on his feet, intimated that he too had a few words to say. Like all of Napoleon's speeches, it was short and to the point. He too said he was happy that the period of misunderstanding was at an end. For a long time, there had been rumors circulated. He had reason to think by some malignant enemy that there was something subversive and even revolutionary in the outlook of himself and his colleagues. They had been credited with attempting to stir up rebellion among the animals on neighboring farms. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The sole wish now in the past was to live at peace and in normal business relationship with their neighbors. This farm, which he had the honor to control, he added, was a cooperative enterprise. The title deeds, which were in his own possession, were owned by the pigs jointly. He did not believe, he said, that any of the old suspicions still lingered, but certain changes had been made recently in the routine of the farm, which should have the effect of promoting confidence still further. Hitherto, the animals on the farm had a rather foolish custom of addressing one another as comrade. This was to be suppressed. There had also been a very strange custom, whose origin was unknown, of marching every Sunday morning past a boar's skull, which was nailed to a post in the garden. This too will be suppressed, and the skull had already been buried. His visitors might have observed too the green flag which flew from the mast's head. If so, they would perhaps have noted that the white hoof and horn with which it had been previously marked had now been removed. It would be a plain green flag from now onwards. He had only one criticism, he said, to make of Mr. Pilkington's excellent and neighborly speech. Mr. Pilkington, he had referred throughout to Animal Farm. He could not, of course, know, for he, Napoleon, was only now for the first time announcing it, that the name Animal Farm has been abolished. Henceforth, the farm was to be known as the Manor Farm, which he believed was its correct and original name. Gentlemen, he concluded Napoleon, I will give you the same toast as before, but in a different form. Fill your glasses to the brim, gentlemen. Here is my toast. To the prosperity of the Manor Farm. There was the same hearty cheering as before, and the mugs were emptied to the dregs. But as the animals outside gazed at the scene, it seemed to them that some strange thing was happening. What was it that had altered in the faces of pigs? Clover's old dim eyes flitted from one face to the other. Some of them had 5 chins, some had 4, some had 3. But what was it that seemed to be melting and changing? Then the applause having come to an end, the company took up their cards and continued the game that had been interrupted, and the animals crept silently away. But they had not gone 20 yards when they stopped short. An uproar of voices was coming from the farmhouse. They rushed back and looked through the window again. Yes, a violent quarrel was in progress. There was shouting, bangings on the table, sharp, suspicious glances, furious denials. The source of the trouble appeared to be that Napoleon and Mr. Pilkington had each played an ace of spades simultaneously. 12 voices were shouting in anger, and they were all alike. No question now what had happened to the faces of the pigs. The creatures outside looked from pig to man, and from man to pig, and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say what was which. November 1943 to February 1944. This is the end of Animal Farm. Cheer up, comrades. We will do it. Cheer up. We've gone too far not to do it. Yeah. Like your card. Give it up, 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 give it up. A man of the people, Chinua Achebe. A man of the people, Chinua Achebe, Any Man Educational Books Limited. Published 1966. Chapter 1. No one can deny that Chief and Honorable M.A. Nanga, MP, was the most approachable politician in the country. Whether you asked in the city or in his home village, Anata, they would tell you he was a man of the people. I have to admit this from the onset, or else the story I'm going to tell would make no sense. That afternoon, he was due to address the staff and students of the Anata Grammar School, where I was teaching at the time. But as usual, in those highly political times, the villagers moved in and virtually took over the assembly hall. Assembly hall must have carried well over thrice its capacity. Many villagers sat on the floor, right up to the front foot of the dais. I took one look and decided it was just as well we had to stay outside, at least for the moment. 5 or 6 dancing groups were performing at different points in the compound. The popular Ego Women's Party wore a new uniform of expensive Accra cloth. In spite of the din, you could still hear as clear as a bird the high-powered voice of the soloist, whom they admiringly nicknamed Gramophone. Personally, I don't care too much about our women's dancing, but you just had to listen when even Gramophone sang. Whenever Gramophone sang, she was now praising Micah's handsomeness, which she likened to the perfect sculpted beauty of a carved eagle, and his popularity, which would be the envy of the proverbial traveler to distant places, who must not cultivate enmity on his route. Micah was, of course, Chief Honorable M.A. Nanga, MP. The arrival of the members of the Hunters Guild in full regalia caused a great stir. Even Gramophone stopped, at least for a while. These people never came out except at the funeral of one of their members or during some very special and outstanding event. I could not remember when last I saw them. They wielded their loaded guns as though they were playthings. Now and again, 2 of them would meet in warrior salute and knock the barrel of their gun together from left to right and again from right to left. Mothers grabbed their children and hurriedly dragged them away. Occasionally, a hunter would take aim at a distant palm branch and break its mid-rib. The crowd applauded, but there were very few such shots. Most of the hunters reserved their precious powder to greet the minister's arrival. The price of gunpowder, like everything else, having doubled again and again in the 4 years since the government took control. As I stood in one corner of that vast tumult, waiting for the arrival of the minister, I felt intense bitterness welling up in my heart. Here were silly, ignorant villagers, dancing themselves lame and waiting to blow off their gunpowder in honor of one of those who had started the country off down the slope of inflation. I wished for a miracle, for a voice of thunder to hush this ridiculous festival and tell the poor contemptible people one or two truths. But of course, it would be quite useless. They were not only ignorant but cynical. Tell them that this man had used his position to enrich himself, and they would ask you, as my father did, if you thought that a sensible man would spit out juicy morsel that good fortune placed in his mouth. I had not always disliked Mr. Nanga. 16 years or so ago, he had been my teacher in Standard 3, and something like his favorite student. I remember him then as a popular young and handsome teacher, most impressive in his uniform as scoutmaster. There was on one of the walls of the school a painting of a faultlessly handsome scoutmaster wearing an impeccable uniform. I am not sure that the art teacher who painted the picture had Mr. Nanga in mind. There was no facial resemblance. Still, we called it the picture of Mr. Nanga. It was enough that they were both handsome and that they were both impressive. They were both impressive scoutmasters. This picture stood with arms folded across its chest and its raised right foot resting neatly and lightly on a perfectly cut tree stump. This picture stood with arms folded across its chest and its raised right foot resting neatly and lightly on a perfectly cut tree stump. Bright red hibiscus flowers decorated the four corners of the frame. Bright red hibiscus flowers decorated the four corners of the frame, and below were inscribed the memorable words, "Not what I have, but what I do is my kingdom." That was in 1948. Nanga must have gone into politics soon afterwards and then won a seat in parliament. It was easy in those days before we knew its cash price. I used to read about him in the papers some years later and even took something like pride in him. At that time, I had just entered the university and was very active in the Students' Union branch of the People's Organization Party. Then, in 1960, something disgraceful happened in the party, and I was completely disillusioned. At that time, Mr. Nanga was an unknown backbencher in the governing POP. A general election was imminent. The POP was riding high in the country, and there was no fear of it not being returned. Its opponent, the Progressive Alliance Party, was weak and disorganized. Then came the slump in the international coffee market overnight, or so it seemed to us. The government had a dangerous financial crisis on its hands. Coffee was the prop of our economy, just as coffee farmers were the bulwark of the POP. The Minister of Finance was at the time a first-rate economist with PhD in public finance. He presented to the cabinet a complete plan for dealing with the situation. The Prime Minister said no to the plan. He was not going to risk losing election by cutting down the price paid to coffee planters at the critical moment. The National Bank should be instructed to print £15 million. Two-thirds of the cabinet members supported the minister. The next morning, the Prime Minister sacked them, and in the evening, he broadcast to the nation. He said the dismissed ministers were conspirators and traitors who had teamed up with foreign saboteurs to destroy the new nation. I remember this broadcast very well. Of course, no one knew the truth at that time. The newspapers and the radio carried the Prime Minister's version of the story. We were very indignant. Our students' union met in emergency session and passed a vote of confidence on the leader and called for a detention law to deal with the miscreants. The whole country was behind the leader. Protest marches and demonstrations were staged up and down the land, and it was at this point that I first noticed a new dangerous and sinister note in the universal outcry. The Daily Chronicle, an official organ of the POP, had pointed out in an editorial that the miscreant gang, as the dismissed ministers were now called, were all university people and highly educated professional men. I have preserved a cutting of that editorial. Let us now and for all time extract. Let us now and for all time extract from our body politic, as a dentist extracts a stinking tooth, all those decadent stooges versed in textbook economics and aping the white man's mannerisms and way of speaking. We are proud to be Africans. Our true leaders are not those intoxicated with their Oxford, Cambridge, or Harvard degrees, but those who speak the language of the people. Away with the damnable and expensive university educations, which only alienates an African from his rich and ancient culture and puts him above his people. This cry was taken up on all sides. Other newspapers pointed out that even in Britain, where the miscreant gang got its so-called education, a man need not be an economist to be a chancellor of the exchequer, or a doctor to be a minister of health. What mattered was loyalty to the party. I was in the public gallery the day the Prime Minister received this overwhelming vote of confidence. And that was the day the truth finally came out. Only no one was listening. I remember the grief-stricken figure of the dismissed Minister of Finance as he led his team into the chamber and was loudly booed by members and the public. That week, his car had been destroyed by an angry mob and his house stoned. Another dismissed minister had been pulled out of his car, beaten insensible, and dragged along the road for 50 yards, then tied hands and feet, gagged, and left by the roadside. He was still in the orthopedic hospital when the House met. That was my first and last visit to Parliament. It was also the only time I had set eyes on Mr. Nanga again since he taught me in 1948. The Prime Minister spoke for 3 hours, and his every other word was applauded. He was called the tiger, the lion, the one and only, the sky, the ocean, and many other names of praise. He said that the miscreant gang had been caught red-handed in their nefarious plot to overthrow the government of the people, by the people and for the people, with the help of enemies abroad. They deserve to be hung, shouted Mr. Nanga from the back benches. This interruption was so loud and clear that it appeared much later under his own name in the Hansard. Throughout the session, he led the pack of backbenchers, hounding, straining their leash to get to their victim. If anyone had cared to sum up Mr. Nanga's interruptions, they would have made a good continuous yelp. Perspiration poured down his face as he sprang up to interrupt or sat back to share in the derisive laughter of the hungry hyena. When the Prime Minister said that he had been stabbed in the back by the very ingrates he had pulled out of oblivion, some members were in tears. They have bitten the finger with which their mother fed them. Said Nanga. This too was entered in the news, a copy of which I have before me. It is impossible, however, to convey in cold print the electric atmosphere that day. I cannot now recall exactly what my feeling was at that point. I suppose I thought the whole performance rather peculiar. You must remember that at that point, no one had any reason to think there might be another side to the story. The Prime Minister was still talking. Then he made the now famous or infamous solemn declaration. From today, we must watch and guard our hard-won freedom jealously. Never again must we entrust our destiny and destiny of Africa to the hybrid class of Western educated and snobbish intellectuals who will not hesitate to sell their mothers for a mess of pottage. Mr. Nanga pronounced the death sentence at least twice more, but was not recorded, no doubt because his voice was lost in the general commotion. I remember the figure of Dr. Makinde, the ex-Minister of Finance, as he got up to speak, tall, calm, sorrowful, and superior. I strained my ears to catch his words. The entire House, including the Prime Minister, tried to shout him down. It was a most unedifying spectacle. The Speaker broke his mallet ostensibly, trying to maintain order, but you could see he was enjoying the commotion. The public gallery yelled down its abuses. Traitor, coward, doctor of fuck your mother. This last was contributed from the gallery of the editor of the Daily Chronicle, who sat close to me. Encouraged, no doubt, by the volume of laughter this piece of witticism had earned him in the gallery, he proceeded the next morning a print in the paper. The spelling is ease. Although Dr. Makinde read his speech, which was clearly prepared, the newspaper later carried a garbled version, which made no sense at all. It said not a word about the plan to mint 15 million pounds, which was perhaps to be expected. But why put into Dr. Makinde's mouth words that he could not have spoken? In short, the Hansard boys wrote a massively new speech, suitable to the boastful villain the ex-minister had become. For instance, they made him say he was a brilliant economist whose reputation was universally acclaimed in Europe. When I read this, I was in tears. I don't cry all that easily. The reason I have gone into the shameful episode in such detail is to establish the fact that I had no reason to be enthusiastic about Chief the Honorable M.A. Nanga, who, seeing the empty ministerial seat, had yapped and snored so shamelessly for the meaty prize. The proprietor and principal of the school was a thin, wiry fellow called Jonathan Nwege. He was very active in politics at the local council level and was always grumbling because his services to the POP had not been rewarded with the usual prize appointment to some public corporation or other. But though disgruntled, he had despaired as witness. He had not despaired as witness his elaborate arrangement for the present reception. Perhaps he was hoping for something in the proposed new corporation, which would take over the disposal of all government unserviceable property, like old mattresses, chairs, electric fans, disused typewriters, and other junks, which at present was auctioned by civil servants. I hope he gets appointed. I would have the merit of removing him from the school now and again. He insisted that the students should mount a guard of honor stretching from the main road to the school door, and the teachers too were to stand in line at the end of the students' queue to be introduced. Mr. Nenge Nwege, who regularly read such literature as toast, how to propose them, was very meticulous about this kind of thing. I had objected vehemently to the standing by school children at our staff meeting, thinking to rouse the other teachers. But the teachers in that school were all dead from the neck up. My friend and colleague Andrew Kadibe found it impossible to side with me because he and the minister came from the same village. Primitive loyalty, I call it. As soon as the minister's Cadillac arrived at the head of the long motorcade, the hunters dashed this way and that and let off last shots, throwing their guns about with frightening freedom. The dancers capered and stamped, filling the dry season air with dust. Not even gramophone's voice could now be heard over the tumult. The minister stepped out wearing damask and gold chains and acknowledged chairs with his ever-present fan of animal skin, which they said fanned away all evil designs and shafts of malevolence thrown at him by the wicked. The man was still as handsome and youthful looking as ever. There was no doubt about that. The proprietor was now introducing him to the teachers, beginning with the senior tutor at the head of the line. Although I had not had time to scrutinize the senior tutor's person, I had no doubt he had traces of snuff, as usual, in his nostril. The minister had a jovial word for everyone. You could never think, looking at him now, that his smile was anything but genuine. It seemed bloody-minded to be skeptical. Now it was my turn. I held out my hand somehow stiffly. I did not have the slightest fear that he might remember me, and had no intention of reminding him. Our hands met. I looked him straight in the face. The smile slowly creased up into lines of thought. He waved his hand impatiently to silence the loquacious proprietor who had begun the parrot formula he had repeated at least 15 times so far. I have the honor, sir, to introduce, that's all right, said the minister, not to anyone in particular, but to some memory inside his head. You are orderly? Yes, sir. Before the words were out of my mouth, he had thrown his arms around me, smothering me in his voluminous damask. You have a wonderful memory, I said. It is at least 15 years. He had now partly released me, although his left hand was resting on my shoulder. He turned slightly to the proprietor and announced proudly, I taught him in Standard 3, I said. That's right, he said. If he had just found his long-lost son, he could not have been more excited. He is one of the pillars of this school, said the proprietor, catching the infection and saying the first good word about me since I had joined the school. Orderly the Great, the minister boyishly and still out of breath. Where have you been all this time? I told him I had been to the university and had been teaching for the last 18 months. Good boy, he said. I knew he would go to a university. I used to tell the other boys in my class that Odili will one day be a great man, and they will be answering him, sir. Sir, why did you not tell me when you left the university? That's very bad of you, you know. Well, I said happily, I am ashamed to admit, I know how busy a minister, busy, nonsense. Don't you know that minister, don't you know that minister means servant? Busy or no busy, he must see his master. Everybody around applauded and laughed. He slapped me again on the back and said I must not fail to see him at the end of the reception. If you fail, I will send my orderly to arrest you. I became a hero in the eyes of the crowd. I dazed everything around me. I was dazed. Everything around me became suddenly unreal. The voices receded to a vague border zone. I knew I ought to be very angry with myself, but I wasn't. I found myself wondering whether perhaps I had been applying to politics stringent standards that didn't belong to it. When I came back to the immediate present, I heard the minister saying to another teacher, "That is very good. Sometimes I used to regret ever leaving the teaching field. I am a minister today. I can swear to God that I am not as happy as when I was a teacher. My memory is naturally good. That day it was perfect. I don't know how it happened, but I can recall every word the minister said on this occasion. I can remember the entire speech he made later. True to God who made me, he insisted. I regret it. Teaching is a very noble profession. At this point, everybody just collapsed with laughter, not least of all the minister himself, nor me for the matter. The man's assurance was simply unbelievable. Only he could make such a risky joke, or whether he thought he was making at that time, when teachers all over the country were in an ugly, rebellious mood. When the laughter died down, he put on a more serious face and confided in us. You can rest assured that those of us in the cabinet who were once teachers are in full support of you. Once a teacher, always a teacher, said the senior tutor, adjusting the sleeves of his faded bottom box robes. Here, I said. I like to think that I meant it to be sarcastic. The man's charism had to be felt, to be believed. If I were superstitious, I would say he had made a really potent charm of the variety called sweet face. Changing the subject slightly, the minister said, only teachers can make this excellent arrangement. Then turning to the newspaper correspondent in his party, he said, it is a mammoth crowd. The journalist whipped out his notebook and began to write. It is an unprecedented crowd. And the annals of Anata, said Mr. Nwege. James, did you hear that? The minister asked the journalist. No, sir. What is it? This gentleman says it is the most unprecedented crowd in the annals of Anata. This time. What is the gentleman's name? Mr. Nwege called his name and spelled it and gave his full name, his full title of principal and proprietor of Anata Grammar School. Then he turned to the minister in an effort to pinpoint responsibility for the big crowd. I had to visit every section of the village personally to tell them of of the minister's visit. We had now entered the assembly hall, and the minister and his party were conducted to their seats on the dais. The crowd raised a deafening shout of welcome. He waved his fan to the different parts of the hall. Then he turned to Mr. Nwege and said, thank you very much, thank you, sir. A huge, tough-looking member of the minister's entourage, who stood with us at the back of the dais, raised the voice and said, you see wetin I dey talk? How many ministers dey fit answer, sir, to any Tom, Dick and Harry wey senior them for age? Thank you, many. Everyone at the dais agreed that the minister was quite exceptional in his respect. A man of high position who still gave age the respect due to it. No doubt it was a measure of my changed, or shall we say changing attitude to the minister, that I found myself feeling a little embarrassed on his account. For these fulsome praises, flushing at his face. Minister or no minister, he said, a man who is my senior still be my senior. Other ministers and other people may be otherwise, but my motto is do the right and shame the devil. Somehow I find myself admiring the man for his lack of modesty. For what is modesty but inverted pride? We all think we are first-class people. Modesty forbids us from saying so ourselves, though presumably not from wanting to hear it from others. Perhaps it was that their impatience with this kind of hypocrisy that made men like Nanga successful politicians, while starry-eyed idealists strove vaingloriously to bring into politics niceties and delicate refinement that belonged elsewhere. While I thought about all this, perhaps not in the exact terms, the fulsome praises flowed all around the days. Mr. Nwege took the opportunity to mount his old Bobby horse. The minister's excellent behavior, he said, was due to the sound education he had received when education. Yes, said the minister. I used to tell them that Standard 6 in those days is more than Cambridge today. Cambridge, asked Mr. Nweke, who, like the minister, had the good old Standard 6. Cambridge, who dash frock coat, you mean it is equal to BA today, if not more? With due apology, said the minister, in my direction. Not at all, sir, I replied, with equal good humor. I am applying for a postgraduate scholarship to bring myself up to Mr. Nwege's expectation. I remember that at that point, the beautiful girl in the minister's party turned around on her chair to look at me. My eyes met hers, and she quickly turned round again. I think the minister noticed it. My private secretary has BA from Oxford, he said. He should have come with me on this tour, but I had some office work for him to do. By the way, orderly, I think you are wasting your talent here. I want you to come to the capital and take up a strategic post in the civil service. We shouldn't leave everything to the highland tribes. My secretary is from here, and our people must press for their fair share of the national cake. The hackneyed phrase national cake was getting to some of us for the first time, and so it was greeted with applause. Owner of book, cried one admirer, assigning in those brief 3 words, the ownership of the white man's language to the honorable minister, who turned around and beamed on the speaker. That was when my friend Andrew Kadibe committed the unpardonable indiscretion of calling the minister the nickname he had worn as a teacher, Mr. Minor's Opportunity. It was particularly bad because Andrew and the minister were from the same village. The look he gave Andrew then reminded me of that other Nanga who had led the pack of hounds 4 years ago. Sorry, sir, said Andrew pitiably. Sorry for what, snarled minister. Don't mind the stupid boys, sir, said Mr. Nwege, greatly upset. This is what we are saying before. I think we are better again. Said the minister, still frowning. Although Mr. Nwege had begun by saying that the distinguished guest needed to do introduction, he had gone on all the same to talk for well over 20 minutes, largely in praise of himself and all he had done for the party in Anata and environs. The crowd became steadily more restive, especially when they noticed that the minister was looking at his watch. Loud grumbles began to reach the dais from the audience. Then, clear voices telling Nwege to sit down and let the man they came to hear talk. Nwege ignored all their warning signs, and a more insensitive man you never saw. Finally, one of the tough young men of the village stood up 10 feet or so away and shouted, "It is enough, or I shall push you down and take 3 pence." That did the trick. The laughter that went up must have been heard a mile away. Mr. Nwege concluding remarks was completely lost. In fact, it was not until the minister rose to his feet that the laughter stopped. The story had it that many years ago, Mr. Nwege was a poor, hungry elementary school teacher. That is before he built his own grammar school and became rich. but apparently still hungry. He had an old rickety bicycle of the kind the villagers gave the onomatopoeic name of anikileja. Needless to say, the brakes were very faulty. One day, as he was cascading down a steep slope that led to a narrow bridge at the bottom of the hill, he saw a lorry, an unusual phenomenon in those days, coming down the opposite slope. It looked like a head-on meeting on the bridge. In his extremity, Mr. Nwege had raised his leg and cried to passing pedestrians, "In the name of God, push me down, push me down, push me down." Apparently nobody did, and he added an inducement, "Push me down and my 3p is yours." From that day, "Push me down and take my 3p" became a popular Anata joke. The minister's speech sounded spontaneous and was most effective. There was no election at hand, he said, amid laughter. He had not come to beg for their vote. It was just a family reunion, pure and simple. He would have preferred not to speak to his own kinsmen in English, which was, after all, a foreign language. But he had learned from experience that speeches made in vernacular were liable to be misquoted and distorted in the press. Also, there were some strangers in the audience who did not speak our own language, tongue, and he did not want to exclude them. They were citizens of our great country, whether they came from the highlands or the lowlands, etc., etc. The stranger he had in mind, I think, was Mrs. Eleanor John, an influential party woman from the coast who had come in the minister's party. She was heavily painted and perfumed, and although no longer young, seemed more than able to hold her own. If it came to that, she sat on the minister's left, smoking and fanning herself. Next to her sat the beautiful girl I have talked about. I didn't catch the two of them exchanging any words or even looks. I wondered what such a girl was doing in that tough crowd. It looked as though they had stopped by some convent, or they are on their way, and offered to give her a lift to the next one. At the end of the speech, the minister and his party were invited to Proprietor's Lodge. Mr. Nwege called the square cement block house. At the end of the speech, the minister and his party were invited to the Proprietor's Lodge, as Mr. Nwege called his square cement block house. Outside, the dancers had all come alive again, and the hunters, their last powder gone, were tamely waiting for the promised palm wine. The minister danced a few dignified steps to the music of each group and struck red pound notes on the perspiring faces of the best dancers. To one group alone, he gave away £500. The same man who had drawn our attention to the minister's humiliation was now pointing out yet another quality he looked at him very closely for. I looked at him very closely for the first time and noticed that he had one bad eye, what we call a cowrie shell eye. You see how we they do? As if to say money be san. He was saying, people where they jealous the money, government they pay minister. No sabi say no be him won the chop amo. Na so throw away. Later on, in the Proprietor's Lodge, I said to the minister, "You must have spent a fortune today." He smiled at the glass of cold beer in his hand and said, "You call this pen? You never see something. My brother, I know they keep an innie for myself. Na so throw away. If some person come to you and say, I want make you minister, make you run like blazes come out. Na true word I tell you, to God who made me." He showed the tip of his tongue to the sky to confirm the oath. "Minister, the sweet for I." but too much katakata for inside. Believe me, yours sincerely. Big man, big palaver, said the one-eyed man. It was left to Josiah, owner of the nearby shop and bar, to sound a discordant if jovial note. Me one, he said. I no kuku mind the... Me I want, he said. I no kuku mind the katakata way there for inside. Make you put minister money for my hand and all wahala on top. I don't mind at all. Everyone laughed. Then Mrs. John said, "No be so, my friend. When you don't experience rich man's trouble, you no go fit talk like that again. My people get one proverb. They say that when poor man don't see, with his own eye how to make big man, he go beg make he carry am poverty, they go jeje. My people get one proverb. Them say that when poor man don't see with his own eye how to make big man, he go beg make he carry him poverty, they go jeje. They said this woman was a very close friend of the minister's, and a proprietary heir would seem to confirm it. And the fact that she had come all the way from Pokoma, 350 miles away, I knew of her from the newspaper. She was a member of the Library Commission, one of the statutory boards within the minister's portfolio. Her massive coral beads were worth hundreds of pounds. According to the whisper circulating in the room while she talked, she was the merchant princess par excellence. Poor beginning and orphan, I believe, no school education, plenty of good looks, and an iron determination, both of which she put to good account, beginning as a street hawker, rising to a small trader, and then to a big one. At present, they said she presided over the entire trade in imported second-hand clothing, worth hundreds of thousands. I edged quietly toward the journalist, who seemed to know everyone in the party, and whispered in his ears, "Who is this young lady?" "Ah," he said, leaving his mouth wide open for a while, as a danger signal. "Make you no go near am, my hand no there inside." I told him I wasn't going near him. I merely asked who she was. The minister no dey introduce am to anybody, so I think saying I'm girlfriend or him cousin. Then he confided, "I don't look and so tey I tire. I no go tell you lie. Girls for this one apart sabi fine o. Hi, God Almighty." I had also noticed that the minister had skipped her when he had introduced his party to the teachers. I know it sounds silly, but I began to wonder what had happened to Mrs. Nanga of the Scout mastering days. They were newly married then. I remembered her particularly because she was one of the very first women I knew to wear white ladies' helmets, which in our ignorance we called helmet, and which was in those days the very sign of sophistication. Chapter 2. The common saying in the country after independence was that it didn't matter what you knew, but who you knew. And believe me, it was no idle talk. For a person like me, who simply couldn't stop to lick any big man's boots, it created a big problem. In fact, one reason I joined this teaching job in a bush private school instead of a smart civil service job in a city with car, free houses, etc., was to give myself a certain amount of autonomy. So when I told the minister that I had applied for a scholarship to do a postgraduate certificate in education in London, it did not even cross my mind to enlist his help. I think it is important to stress that point. I had scholarships both to the secondary school and to the university without any godfather's help, but purely on my own merit. And in any case, it wasn't too much whether I did the postgraduate course or not. As far as I was concerned, the important thing was going to be the opportunity of visiting Europe, which in itself must be a big education. My friend Andrew Kadibe, who did the same course the previous year seemed to have got a big kick out of it. I don't mean the white girls. You can have those out there nowadays, but quite small things. I remember him saying, for instance, that the greatest delight of his entire visit to Britain was when, for the first time in his 27 years, a white man, a taxi driver, I think, carried his suitcase and said, "Sir," to him. He was so thrilled, he tipped the man 10 shillings. We laughed a lot about it, but I could so easily see it happen. But much as I wanted to go to Europe, I wasn't going to sell my soul for it or beg anyone to help me. It was the minister himself who came back to the postgraduate question at the end of the reception without any prompting whatever from me. As a matter of fact, I tried hard to avoid catching his attention again, and the proposals he made didn't seem to me to be offensive in any way. He invited me to come and spend my holidays with him in the capital. While I was there, he would try and find out from his cabinet colleague, the Minister of Overseas Training, whether there was anything going. "If you come as soon as you close," he said, "you can stay in my guest room with everything complete, bedroom, parlor, bathroom, latrine, everything contained, self-contained. You can live by yourself and do anything you like there. It's all yours. Make you no mind I'm sure," said Mrs. John to me. I can see say na good boy. Make you no gree am spoil you. Make I know there for this bedroom and bathroom business. So as you see this man, so na wicked soul. If he tell you stand, make you run. Everybody laughed. "Eliano, why you want disgrace me and spoil my name now? So for public, for nothing's sake. Wetin I do you?" Everybody here sabi say me na good Christian. No be so, James. "Ah, na so, sir," replied the journalist happily. In spite of all this joking, the minister's invitation was serious and firm. He said it was important I came at once, as he was planning to go to the United States in 2 months' time. "They are going to give me a doctorate degree," he announced proudly. "Doctor of Laws, LLD. That's great." I said, "Congratulations." "Thank you, my brother." So the minister will now become Chief, the Honorable Dr. M.A. Nanga, intoned the journalist. A whole second ahead of my own thoughts on the matter, we all cheered the impressive address and its full future owner. "You know, she said the title fit my name, Pem," said the minister with boyish excitement, and we all said yes, it suited him perfectly. "But the man where I like him name pass na Chief, the Honorable Alhaji Dr. Mungo Sego, MP," said the minister, somewhat wistfully. "He own good too," admitted the incomparable journalist. "But you know pass your own, sir. Chief Honorable Dr. M.A. Nanga, MP, LLD. Wow, nothing fit pass him." "What about Chief Dr. Mrs.? I threw in mischievously. "That one no sweet for mouth," said the minister. "He no catch." "Wetin wrong with him?" asked Mrs. John. "Because na woman get him, he no go sweet for mouth. I don't talk say na only for election time woman they get equality for this our country." "No be so, madam," they said the journalist. "You don't see how the title rough like sandpaper for mouth? Dr. Chief Mrs. He no catch at all." Before the minister left, he made sure I took down his residential address in the capital. I felt Mrs. Mweke's malevolent eyes boring into me as I wrote it down, and hardly were the farewells out of his mouth before he turned to me and asked sneeringly if I was still of the opinion that it was necessary to be introduced to the minister. What I objected to was standing in line like school children, I said, somewhat embarrassed. "In any case, I didn't need to be introduced. We knew each other already. You can't thank your stars that I am not a wicked man," he continued, as though I had said nothing. Otherwise, I would have told him. "Why don't you run after him now?" I asked. He cannot have gone very far. With what I walked away from the ubiquitous, obsequious old fool. But when I came to think of the events of the day, I had to admit that Mr. Mwege had not had fair returns for all his troubles. I don't think the minister gave him as much as a second to raise any of his own problems, and it was uncharitable, I thought, for him to have joined in as loudly as he had done in the push-me-down laughter. For the sake of appearances, at least he should have kept a straight face. It was clear the great man did not easily forgive those who took up part of his time to make their own speeches. It was clear the great man did not easily forgive those who took up part of his time to make their own speeches. He ostentatiously ignored Mr. Nwege for the rest of the day. Poor man, he had probably lost the chance of getting on that new corporation for the disposal of dilapidated government wares, with which he was no doubt hoping to replace the even more worn-out equipment in his school. So, although it was reasonable for him to have turned his anger on me, there was no doubt he had cause to be angry. Actually, his teachers had let him down badly that afternoon. Apart from myself, there was that MA- opportunity incident, which for some obscure reason seemed to have annoyed the minister even more than Mr. Nwege's long speech. At least he contained the latter annoyance with laughter. And to crown Mr. Nwege's discomfitures, his senior tutor, a man in his 60s, had sallied out of the lodge with one bottle of beer under each armpit, to the amusement of everyone except Mr. Nwege, who had clearly not gone out of his way to buy beer at its present impossible price for members of his staff to take home. The senior tutor, by the way, was a jolly old rogue who could get away with anything, if need be, by playing the buffoon. He was a great frequenter of Josiah's bar across the road. He had a fine sense of humor, like when he asked why so many young people traveled to Britain to be called to the bar, when he could call them all to Josiah's bar. I was lighting my tilly lamp later that evening when someone knocked on my door. "Come in, if you are good looking," I said. "Is Odili in?" I asked, an unnatural, high-pitched voice. "Come in." "Fool," I said. It was a silly joke. Andrew and I never get tired of playing on each other. The idea was to sound like a girl, and so send the other's blood pressure up. "How they go," I asked. "Boy, son of man, don't tire. Did you find out about that girl?" I asked. "Why? Now so girl been full your mouth. Waiting. So person no go fit talk any serious talk with you. I never see you." "Okay, Mr. Gentleman," I said, pumping his lamp. "Any person where first mention about girl again for this room, make him tongue cut. How is the weather?" He laughed. At that point, my houseboy, a 15-year-old rogue called Peter, came in to ask what he should cook for supper. "You know, hear the news for 3 o'clock?" I asked, feigning seriousness. "Sir? Government don't pass new law saying na only 2 times a person go to chop now, for morning and for afternoon, finish." He laughed. "That is next to impossibility," he said. Peter liked his word long. He had a Standard 6 certificate, which 2 or 3 years before could have got him a job as a messenger in an office, or even a teacher in an elementary school. But today, there simply aren't any job for this kind of person anymore, and he was lucky to be a sort of housekeeper for me for £1 a month, including, of course, free boarding and lodging. He spent most of his spare time reading, although his favorite literature is of very dubious kind. I once found him reading a strange book he had just received from India. I think it is called How to Solve the Fair Sex, and had cost him no less than 10 shillings, excluding postage from New Delhi. I had roundly rebuked him. I couldn't think what to eat, so I told him to go and roast me some yams. Roast yams at night, screamed Andrew. If you knock at my door in the middle of the night, I shan't wake up. This was a crude reference to the night I had a violent stomach ache after eating half a dozen roasted corn. I had been so scared, I had gone and called Andrew up to take me to hospital in his ancient car. What do you suggest I eat then? I asked. Am I your wife? Don't you see all the girls waiting for husbands? Don't you fear? I have my eyes on one girl, on one right now. True? Give me to read. Who is she? What about the poem? The same, I said, and we recited together a poem one of our acquaintances had composed for his wedding invitation card. It is time to spread the news abroad that we are well prepared to tie ourselves with silvery cord of sweet conjugal bond. Look at this small pekin, said Andrew, in pretended anger to Peter, who had joined our laughter. How dare you laugh with your elders? Sorry, sir, said Peter, frowning comically. What do you think I should eat, Peter? I asked. Anything, master, like jollof rice, sir. I knew whenever you allowed him say in this manner, he invariably came up with jollof rice, his favorite dish. Okay, I said, 1 cup of rice, not 1.5, not 1.25. Yes, sir, he said, and went away happily. I knew he would cook at least 2 cups. Who is he? I said. Who? The girl with the minister. His girlfriend. I see. Actually, it's more than that. He is planning to marry her according to native law and custom. Apparently, his missus is too bush for his present position. So he wants a bright new parlor girl to play hostess at his parties. Too bad. Who told you all this? Somebody. Too bad. Without knowing anything whatsoever about that girl, I feel she deserves to be somebody's first wife, not an old man's mistress. Anyway, it's none of my business. He sent her to a women training college, said Andrew. So he has been planning it for a few years at this. I feel sorry for her, said, feel sorry for her. That man has no conscience. I said nothing. Imagine such a beautiful thing wasting herself on such an empty-headed ass. I so enjoyed wounding his pride. Did you see how wild he looked? Yes, I said, you hit him hard. Actually, I was amused how Andrew was desperately trying to convince himself and me that he had gone to the reception with the avowed intention to deflate his empty-headed countryman. He seemed to be forgetting in a hurry that he had earlier refused to support me at the staff meeting when I had objected to Mr. Nwege's stupid plans. Just think of such a cultureless man going abroad and calling himself Minister of Culture. Ridiculous. This is why the outside world laughs at us. This is true, I said, but the outside world isn't all that important, is it? In any case, people like Chief Nanga don't care 2 hoots about the outside world. He is concerned with the inside world, with how to retain his hold on his constituency. And there he is adept, you must admit. Anyway, as he told us today, Churchill never passed his school certificate. I see the offer of free lodging is already having its effect. I began to laugh, and Andrew joined in. You could tell at a glance that he knew me in a way that Mr. Nwege didn't. It was one thing to tease me for accepting the minister's offer of accommodation, but I just didn't want anything to think that Odili Samolu was capable of stooping to obtain a scholarship in an underhand way. In the words of my boy Peter, it was next to impossibility. Andrew knew, of course, that I had long been planning to go to the capital, and he knew about Elsie. Well, Elsie, where does one begin to write about her? The difficulty in writing this kind of story is that the writer is armed with all kinds of hindsight, which he didn't have when the original events were happening. When he introduces a character like Elsie, for instance, he already has at the back of his mind a total picture of her entrance, her act, and her exit. And this tends to color even the first words he writes. I can only hope that, being aware of this danger, I have successfully kept it at bay as far as is humanly possible. I shall try not to jump ahead of my story. Elsie was, and for that matter still is, the only girl I met and slept with the same day. In fact, within an hour. I know that faster records do exist, and I am not entering this one for that purpose. Nor am I trying to prejudice anyone against Elsie. I only put it down because that was the way it happened. It was during my last term at the university, and having, as usual, put off my revision to the last moment, I was having a rough time. But one evening, there was a party organized by the Students' Christian Movement, and I decided, in spite of my areas of work, to attend and give my brain time to cool off. I am not usually lucky, but that evening I was. I saw Elsie standing in a group with other student nurses and made straight for her. She turned out to be a most vivacious girl newly come to the nursing school. We danced twice, then I suggested we took a walk away from the noisy high-life band, and she readily agreed. If I had been left to my own devices, nothing might have happened that day. But no doubt, without meaning to, Elsie took a hand in the matter. She said she was thirsty, and I took her to my room for a drink of water. She was one of those girls who sent out loud cries in the heat of the thing. It happened again each time, but the first day it was rather funny because she kept calling me Raphael, darling, Raphael, darling. I remember wondering why Raphael. It was not until weeks later that I got to know that she was engaged to some daft fellow called Raphael, a medical student in Edinburgh. The funny part of it was that my next-door neighbor, an English student, and easily the most ruthless and unprincipled womanizer in the entire campus, changed to calling me Raphael, Raph from that day. He was known to most students by his nickname, Ire, which was short for irresponsibility. His most celebrated conquest was a female undergraduate who had seemed so inaccessible that boys called her unbreakable. Ire became interested in her and promised his friends to break her one day soon. Then one afternoon, we saw her enter his room. Our hall began to boost with excitement as words went round, and we stood in line in a little group all along the corridor waiting. Half an hour or so later, Ire came out glistening with sweat, closed the door quietly behind him, and then held up a condom bloated with his disgusting seed. That was Ire for you, a real monster. I suppose I was somehow flattered by the notice a man of such prowess had taken of Elsie's cry. When I confided to him that later that Raph was the name of the girl's proper boyfriend, he promptly changed to calling me Assistant Raph, or if Elsie was around, simply AR. Despite this rather precipitous beginning, Elsie and I became very good friends. Elsie and I became very good friends and good and steady friends. I can't pretend that I thought of marriage. I can't pretend that I ever thought of marriage, but I must admit that I did begin to feel a little jealous anytime I found her reading a blue British air letter with the Red Queen and Houses of Parliament stamped on its back. Elsie was such a beautiful, happy girl, and she made no demands whatsoever. When I left the university, she was heartbroken, and so was I, for that matter. We exchanged letters every week or 2 weeks at the most. I remember during the postal strike of 1963, when I didn't hear from her for over a month, I nearly kicked the bucket, as my boy Peter would have said. Now she was working in a hospital about 12 miles outside Bori, and so we arranged that I should spend my next holidays in the capital and take the bus to her hospital every so often while she would be able to spend her days off in the city. That was why the minister's offer couldn't have come at a more opportune time. I had of course 1 or 2 bachelor friends in the capital who would have no difficulty in putting me up, but they weren't likely to provide a guest room with all amenities. Few days after the minister's visit, I was still trying to puzzle out why we had seemed to so offended by his old nickname, M.A., minus opportunity. I don't know why I should have been so preoccupied with such unimportant trash, but it often happens to me like that. I got hold of some pretty inane thought or a cheap tune I would ordinarily be ashamed to be caught whistling, like that radio jingle advertising an intestinal worm expeller, and I get stuck with it. When I first knew Mr. Nanga in 1948, he had seemed quite happy with his nickname. I suspect he had in fact invented it himself. Certainly he enjoyed it. His name being M.A. Nanga, his fellow teachers called him simply and fondly M.A. He answered minus opportunity, which he didn't have to do unless he liked it. Why then the present angry reaction? I finally decided that it stemmed from the same general anti-intellectual feeling in the country, in which in 1948 Mr. Nanga could admit, albeit lightheartedly, to a certain secret yearning for higher education. In 1964, he was valiantly proving that a man like him was better without it. Of course, he had not altogether persuaded himself, or else he would not have shown such excitement over the LLD arranged for him for some small backstreet college. Chapter 3. Bear with me. This night was hard. Before making the long journey to the capital, I should first pay a short visit to my home village, Orwa, about 15 miles from Anata. I wanted to see my father about 1 or 2 matters, but more especially, I wanted to take my boy Peter to his parents for the holidays, as I had promised to do before they let me have him. Peter was naturally very excited about going home after nearly 12 months, during which he had become a wage earner. At first, I found it amusing when he went over to Josiah's shop across the road and bought a rayon head tie for his mother and a head of tobacco for his father. But as I thought more about it, I realized how those touching gestures by a mere boy whom I paid 20 shillings a month showed up my own quite different circumstances, and I felt envious. I had no mother to buy head ties for, and although I had a father, giving things to him was like pouring a little water into a dried up well. My mother had been his second wife, but she had died in her first childbirth. This meant in the minds of my people that I was an unlucky child, if not a downright wicked and evil one. Not that my father ever said so openly. To begin with, he had too many other wives and children to take any special notice of me. But I was always a very sensitive child and knew from quite early in my life that there was something wrong with my affairs. My father's first wife, whom we all call Mama, brought me up like one of our own children. Still, I sensed there was something missing. One day, at play, another child with whom I had fallen out called me bad child that crunched his mother's skull. That was it. I am not saying that I am unhappy or I am an unhappy or a lonely childhood. That I had an unhappy or a lonely childhood. There were too many of us in the family for anyone to think of loneliness or unhappiness. I must say this for my father, that he never tolerated any of his wives drawing a line, no matter how thin, between her own children and those of others. We had only one Mama. The other two wives at the time, they are more now, were called mother by their children also. And so, mother also, and so's mother by the rest. Of course, as soon as I grew old enough to understand a few simple proverbs, I realized that I should have died and let my mother live. Whenever my people got to console a woman whose baby has died at birth or soon after, they always tell her to dry her eyes, because it is better the water is spilled than the pot broken. The idea being that a sound pot can always return to the stream. My father was a district interpreter. In those days, when one understood as much as come in the white man's language, the district officer was like the supreme deity, and the interpreter the principal minor god, who carried prayers and sacrifices to him. Every sensible supplicant knew that the lesser god must first be wooed and put in a sweet frame of mind before he could undertake to intercede with the owner of the sky. So, interpreters in those days were powerful, very rich, widely known, and hated. Wherever the DO's power was felt, and that meant everywhere, the interpreter's name was held in fear and trembling. We grew up knowing that the world was full of enemies. Our father had protective medicine located at crucial points in our house and compound. One, I remember, hung over the main entrance, but the biggest was in a god in a corner of his bedroom. No child went alone into that room, which was virtually always under lock and key. Anyway, we were told that such homes were never to be entered, and those people were pointed out to us from whom we must not accept food. But we also had many friends. They were all those people who brought my father gifts of yam, pots of palm wine, or bottles of European drink, goats, sheep, chicken, or those who brought their children to live with us as houseboys, or their brides-to-be for training in modern housekeeping. In spite of the enormous size of our family, there was always meat in the house. At one time, I remember my father used to slaughter a goat every Saturday, which was more than most families did in 2 years. This sign of wealth naturally exposed us to their jealousy and malevolence. But it was not until many years later that I caught one fleeting, terrifying glimpse of just how hated an interpreter could be. I was in secondary school then, and it was our half-term holiday, and my home village was too far away, and I didn't want to spend the holiday in school. I decided to go with one of my friends to his home, which was 4 or 5 miles away. His parents were very happy to see us, and his mother at once went to boil some yams for us. After we had eaten, the father, who had gone out to buy himself some snuff, came hurrying back. To my surprise, he asked his son what he said my name was. Odile Samalu. Of what town? There was anxiety and uneasy tension in his voice. I was afraid. Urwa, sir, I said. I see, he said coldly. Who is your father? Ezikaya Samalu, I said, and then added quickly, a retired district interpreter. It was better, I thought, to come out with it all at once and end the prolonged interrogation. Then you cannot stay in my house, he said, with that evenness of tone which our people expect a man of substance to use in moments of great crisis, when lesser men and women would make loud, empty noises. Why, Papa? What has he done? Asked my friend in alarm. I have said it. I don't blame you, my son, or you either, because no one has told you. But know it from today, that no son of Hezekiah Samalu shelters under my roof. He looks outside. There is still light and time. There is still light and time for you to get back to the school. I don't think I shall ever know just in what way my father had wronged that man. A few weeks later, during the next holidays, I tried to find out, but all my father did was to rave at me for wandering like a homeless tramp when I should be working at the books he sent me to school to learn. I was only 15 then, and many more years were to pass. Before I knew how to stand my ground before him. What I should have told him then was that he had not sent me anywhere. I was in that school only because I was able to win a scholarship. It was the same when I went to the university. The trouble with my father was his endless desire for wives and children. Perhaps I should say children and wives. Right now, he has 5 wives. The youngest, a mere girl whom he married last year. And he is at least 68, possibly 70. He gets a small pension which would be adequate for him if he had a small family, instead of his present 35 children. Of course, he didn't even make any pretense of providing for his family. Nowadays, he leaves every wife to her own devices. It is not too bad for the older ones like Mama, whose grown-up children help to support them. But the younger ones have to find their children's food, school fees, and fees from farming and petty trading. All the old man does is to buy himself a jar of palm wine every morning and a bottle of schnapps now and again. Recently, he had plunged into the politics of our village and was the local chairman of the POP. My father and I had our most serious quarrel about 18 months ago, when I told him to his face that he was crazy to be planning to marry his 5th wife. In my anger, I said he was stirring up trouble for others. This was, of course, a most reprehensible remark to make. The meaning was that I didn't expect him to have much longer to live, which was indelicate and wicked. Had Mama not intervened, he probably would have pronounced a curse on me. As it was, he satisfied himself by merely vowing never to touch a penny from me, since he must not store up trouble for me. Mama persuaded me to sue for peace by going down on my knees to ask for forgiveness and making a peace offering of a bottle of schnapps, 2 bottles of White Horse, and a bottle of Martell. We were now technically at peace, and I was going to tell him about my plans for the postgraduate course, but I knew in advance that he would say, I knew in advance what he would say. He would tell me that I had already more than had enough education, that all the important people in the country today, ministers, businessmen, members of parliament, etc., did not have half my education. He would then tell me for the 100th time to leave this foolish teaching, and look for a decent job in the government and buy myself a car. As it turned out, I arrived in the capital, Bori, exactly 1 month after Chief Nanga's unexpected invitation. Although I had written a letter to say when I would be arriving and had followed it up with a telegram, I still had a lingering fear as I announced the address, rather importantly, and settled back in the taxi that morning. I was thinking that a man of Chief Nanga's easy charm and countrywide popularity must throw out that kind of invitation several times each day without giving it much thought. Wasn't I being unreasonable in trying to hold him down to it? Anyhow, I had taken the precaution of writing to an old friend, a newly qualified lawyer struggling to set up in private practice. I would watch Nanga's reaction very closely, and if necessary, move out smartly again on the following day, as though that had always been my intention. When we got to the minister's residence, my fear increased as his one-eyed stalwart stopped the car at the gate and began to look me over. "Who you want?" he called. "Chief Nanga. I give you appointment?" "No, but make you park outside. I go ask him if he wants see you. Wetin be your name?" Fortunately, the minister, who was apparently relaxing with his family in the lounge, came to the door, and on seeing us, rushed outside and threw his arm around me. Then his wife and children and 3 of his children trooped out and joined in the excited welcoming. "Come right here," said Minister. "We have been waiting for you all morning. The house is yours." I hung back to pay the taxi driver. No, cried my host. "Go right inside. I will settle with the driver. He is my very good friend." "No be so, driver." "Yes, sir, master," said the driver, who had hitherto seemed a most unfriendly man to me. Now he broke into a broad smile, showing smoke and kola nut stained teeth. For a mother of 7, the eldest of whom was 16 or 17, Mrs. Nanga was still very well kept. Her face, unlike her husband's, had become blurred in my memory. But on seeing her now, it all came back again. She was bigger now, of course, almost matronly. Her face was one of the friendliest I had ever seen. She showed me to the guest suite and practically ordered me to have a bath while she got some food ready. "It won't take long," she said. "The soup is already made." A small thing, but it struck me, even as early as this. Mr. Nanga always spoke English or Pidgin. His children, whom I discovered went to expensive private schools run by European ladies, spoke impeccable English. But Mrs. Nanga stuck to our language, with the odd English word thrown in now and then. My host did not waste time. At about 5 o'clock that afternoon, he told me to get ready and go with him to see the Honorable Simon Koko, Minister of Overseas Training. Earlier that day, one of those unseasonal December rains, which invariably brought on the cold harmattan, had fallen. It had been quite heavy and windy, and the streets were now littered with dry leaves and sometimes half blocked by broken off tree branches, and one had to mine foreign telegraph and high voltage electric wires. Chief Koko, a fat, jovial man wearing an enormous home-knitted red and yellow sweater, was about to have coffee. He asked if we would join him or have some alcohol. I no follow you black white men for drink tea. I no follow you black white men for drink tea and coffee in the hot afternoon, said Chief Nanga. Whiskey and soda for me and for Mr. Samolo. Chief Koko explained that nothing warmed the belly like hot coffee. Proceeded to take a loud and long sip, followed by a satisfied ah. Then he practically dropped the cup and saucer on the table, on the drinks table by his chair, and jumped up as though a scorpion had stung him. "They have killed me," he wailed, wriggling his hand, breathing hard and loud, and rolling his eyes. Chief Nanga and I sprang up in alarm and asked together what had happened. But our host kept crying, that they have killed him. And they know, and they could now go and celebrate. What is it, SI? Chief Nanga, putting an arm around the other's neck. They have poisoned my coffee, he said, and broke down completely. Meanwhile, the steward and his masters cry. Hearing his master's cry, rushing. Who poisoned my coffee? He asked. Not me, oh. Call the cook. Thundered the minister. Call him here. I will kill him before I die. Go and bring him here. The steward dashed out again and soon returned to say the cook had gone out. The minister slumped into his chair and began to groan and hold his stomach. Then his bodyguard, whom we had seen dressed like a cowboy, hurried in from the front gate, and hearing what had happened, dashed out at full speed to try and catch the cook. Let's go and call the doctor, I said. That's all right, said Chief Nanga with relief, and leaving his friend, rushed toward the telephone. I hadn't thought about the telephone. What is the use of a doctor? Moaned our poison host. Do you know about African poison? They have killed me. What have I done to them? Do I owe them anything? Oh. What have I done? Meanwhile, Nanga had been trying to phone a doctor and was not apparently getting anywhere. He was now shouting threats of immediate sacking at some invisible energy. This is Chief and Honorable Nanga speaking, he was saying. I will see that you are dealt with, idiot. That is the trouble with my country. Don't you see? Don't worry, you will see, bloody fool. At this point, the cowboy bodyguard came in, dragging the cook by his collar. The minister sprang at him with an agility which completely believed that his size and condition. Wait, master, pleaded the cook. Wait, your head, screamed his employer, going for him. Why you put poison for my coffee? His huge body was quivering like, me? Put poison for master? Nevertheless, said the cook, sidestepping to avoid a heavy blow from the minister. Then, with the surprising presence of a mind, he saved himself. Obviously, the boy had already told him of his crime. He made for the cup of coffee quickly, grabbed it, and drank every drop. There was immediate silence. We exchanged surprised glances. Why I go kill my master? He asked of a now considerable sobered audience. Abi my head no correct, and even if to say at the grace, why I no go jump for lagoon instead of to kill master? His words carried conviction. He proceeded to explain that the mystery of the coffee, the minister's usually Nescafe, had run out at the breakfast, and he had not had time to get a new tin, so he had brewed some of his own locally processed coffee, which he maintained he had bought from OHMS. There was an ironic twist to this incident. There was an ironic twist to this incident, which neither of the ministers seemed to notice. Hallucinations. There was an ironic twist to this incident, which neither of the ministers seemed to notice. OHMS, our homemade stuff, was the popular name of the gigantic campaign which the government had mounted all over the country to provide the consumption of locally made products. Newspapers, radio, and television urged every patriot to support this great national effort, which they said held the key to economic emancipation, without which our hard-won political freedom was a mirage. Cars equipped with loudspeakers poured out new jingles up and down the land as they sold their products in our town and country. In the language of the ordinary people, these cars and not the ways they advertised became known as OHMS. It was apparently from one of them the cook had bought the coffee that had nearly cost him his life. The matter having been resolved to everyone's satisfaction, I began to feel vicariously embarrassed on behalf of Chief Coco. If anyone had asked my opinion, I would have voted strongly in favor of our leaving right away. But no one did. Instead, Chief Nanga had become to tease the other SI. But SI, he said, you too fear death. Small thing, you begin holler. They don't kill me. Like person where scorpion don't they go am for him prick. I saw his face turning towards me, no doubt to get me to join in his laughter. I quickly looked away and began to gaze out of the window. Why I no go fear? Asked Chief Coco, laughing foolishly. If na you no go piss for inside trouser. Nonsense. Why I go fear? I keep person. They carried on in this vein for quite a while. I sipped my whiskey quietly, avoiding the eyes of both. But I was saying within myself that in spite of his present bravado, Chief Nanga had been terribly scared himself. But I say within myself that in spite of his present bravado, Chief Nanga had been terribly scared himself. Witness his ill-tempered, loud-mouthed panic at the telephone. And I don't think his fear had been for Chief Coco's safety either. I suspect he felt personally threatened. Our people have a saying that when one slave sees another cast into a hollow grave, he should know that when the time comes, he will go the same way. So naturally, my scholarship did not get a chance to be mentioned in the discussion. On this occasion, we drove home in silence. Only once did Chief Nanga turn to me and say, if anybody comes to you and wants to make you minister, run away. True. That evening, I ate my supper with Mrs. Nanga and the children, the minister having gone out to an embassy reception, after which he would go to a party meeting somewhere. Any woman who marries a minister, said his wife, later as we sat watching TV, has married worse than a night watchman. We both laughed. There was no hint of complaint in her voice. She was clearly a homely, loyal wife, prepared for the penalty of her husband's greatness. You couldn't subvert her. It must be very enjoyable going to all those embassy parties and meetings, all the big guns. I'm meeting all the big guns, I said in pretended innocence. What can you enjoy there? She asked with great spirit. 9 pence talk and 3 pence food. Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you again. Oh, na lie. I laughed heartily and then got up pretending to admire the many family photographs on the wall. I asked Mrs. Nanga about this one and that as I gravitated slowly to the step on the radiogram, which I had noticed as soon as I had stepped into the house earlier in the day. It was the same beautiful girl as in Chief Nanga's entourage in Anata. Is this your sister? I asked. Edna? No, she is our wife. Your wife? How? She laughed. We are getting a second wife to help me. The first thing critics tell you about your ministers, our ministers' official residences, is that each has 7 bedrooms, and 7 bedrooms, 1 for every day of the week. All I can say is that on that first night, there was no room in my mind for criticism. I was simply hypnotized by the luxury of the great suite assigned to me. When I lay down in the double bed that seemed to ride on a cushion of air, and switched on that reading lamp and saw all the beautiful furniture I knew from the lying down position, and looked beyond the door to the gleaming bathroom and the towels as well as slapper, I had to confess that if I were at the moment made a minister, I would be most anxious to remain one forever. And maybe I should have thanked God that I wasn't. We ignore man's basic needs if we say, we ignore man's basic nature if we say, as some critics do, that because a man like Nanga had risen overnight from poverty and insignificance to his present place, or for his present opulence, he could be persuaded without much trouble to give it up again and return to his original state. A man who has just come in from the rain and dried his body and put on dry clothes is more reluctant to go out again than another who has been indoors all the time. The trouble with our new nation is, as I saw it then, lying on that bed, was that none of us had been indoors long enough to be able to say, to hell with it. We had all been in the rain together until yesterday. Then a handful of us, the smart and the lucky, and hardly ever the best, had scrambled for the one shelter our former rulers left, and had taken it over and barricaded themselves. And from within, they sought to persuade the rest through numerous loudspeakers that the first phase of the struggle had been won, and that the next phase, the extension of our house, was even more important and called for new and original tactics. It required that all arguments should cease and the whole people speak with one voice, and that any more dissent and argument outside the door of the shelter would subvert and bring down the whole house. Needless to say, I did not spend the entire night on these elevated thoughts. Most of the time, my mind was on Elsie, so much so, in fact, that I had to wake up in the middle of the night and change my pajama trouser. Chapter 4. I usually don't mind how late I stay up at night, but I do mind getting up too early. I was still very fast asleep that first morning in the capital when I heard the minister's voice. I opened my eyes and tried to smile and say good morning. "Lazy boy," he said indulgently. "Don't worry, I know you must be dog tired after yesterday's journey." After yesterday's journey. See you later. I am off to the office now. It looked as bright as a new shilling in his immaculate white robes, and he had only come home at 2 last night, or rather this morning. The crunching of his tires on the low gravel drive had woken me up in the night, and I had looked at my diamond-faced watch, which I often forgot to take off even for my bath. I had just bought it and believed the claim that it was everything proof. Now I know better. But to return to Chief Nanga, there was something incongruous in his going to the office. It sounds silly to say this of a cabinet minister, but I could not easily associate him in my mind with a desk and files. He was obviously more suited to an out-of-door life meeting and charming people. But anyhow, anyhow, there he was, going off to his ministry punctually at 8. Much as I already liked and admired Mrs. Nanga, I confess I was inwardly pleased when she told me as I had my breakfast that she and the children were leaving for Anata in 3 days. Apparently, the minister insisted that his children must be taken home to their village at least once a year. Very wise, very, very, very wise, I said. Without it, said Mrs. Nwanga, they would become English people. Don't you see? They hardly speak. Don't you see? They hardly speak the language. Ask them something in it, and they reply in English. The little one, Micah, called my mommy dirty bushwoman. Terrible, I said, laughing even though the thing wasn't funny. Of course, I slapped okra soup out of his mouth. Mrs. Nanga proudly, said Mrs. Nanga proudly. My mother, not knowing what he had said, began to rebuke me. Yes, it is good that you take them home. Sometimes when you do, you come back. After Christmas, you know, Eddie's father is going to America in January. Eddie is the name of her first son. The reason why I felt happy at the news of Mrs. Nanga's journey was a natural one. No married woman, however accommodating, would view kindly the sort of plans I had in mind, namely to bring Esther to the Elsie to the house and spend some time with her. Not even a self-contained guest suite, such as I was now occupying, would make it look well. Even if Mrs. Nanga did not object, Elsie most certainly would. My experience of these things is that no woman, however liberal, wants other women to hold a low opinion of her morals. I am not talking about prostitutes, because I don't go in for them. My host was one of those people around whom things were always happening. I must always remain grateful for him for the insight. I must always remain grateful to him for the insight I got into affairs of our country during my brief stay in his house. From the day a few years before when I had left Parliament, depressed and aggrieved, I had felt, like so many other educated citizens of our country, that things were going seriously wrong without being able to say just how. We complained about our country's lack of dynamism and abdication of the leadership to whom it was entitled in the continent. Or so we thought. We listened to whispers of scandalous deals in high places, sometimes involving sums of money that I, for one, didn't believe existed in the country. But there was really no hard kernel of fact that get one's teeth into. But sitting at Chief Nanga's feet, I received enlightenment. Many things begin to crystallize out of the mist. Some of the emergent forms that were not nearly as ugly as I had suspected, but many seemed much worse. However, I was not making these judgments at the time, or most strongly anyhow. I was simply too fascinated by the almost ritual lifting of the cloud, as I had been one day watching for the first time the unveiling of the white dome of Kilimanjaro at sunset. I stood breathless. I did not immediately say, this is the tallest mountain in Africa, or it isn't really as impressive as I had expected. All that had to wait. I had neglected to bring any reading matter with me on my visit to Bori, and the minister's library turned out to be not quite to my taste. There was a decorative set of an American encyclopedia. There was She by Rider Haggard, and also Ayesha, or The Return of She. Then there were a few books by Marie Corelli and Beta Claire. I remember in particular The Sorrows of Satan. That was all, really, except for a few odd books and ends like speeches, how to make them. I flipped through a few volumes of the encyclopedia and settled down to read the daily newspaper. Let me try this thing. I flipped through a few volumes of the encyclopedia and settled down to read the daily newspaper more closely than I had ever done. And believe me, I discovered I had been missing a lot of fun. There was, for instance, the notice inserted into the daily column by the city clerk, Bori. The attention of the public is hereby drawn to Section 12 of the Bori Conservancy Bylaw 1951. Occupiers of all premises shall provide pails of excrement. The size of such pails and the materials of which they are constructed shall be approved by the city engineer. The number of city pails to be provided in any premises shall be specified by the city engineer. The surprises and contrasts in our great country were simply inexhaustible. Here was I in our capital city reading about pails of excrement from the cozy comfort of our princely heaven 7-bedroom mansion, with its 7 gleaming silent action water closets. Most of my life, except for a brief interlude at the university, where I first saw water closets and used pit latrines like the one at what was then my house in Anata. As everyone knows, pit latrines are not particularly luxurious or ultra-modern, but with reasonable care, they are adequate and clean. Bucket latrines are a different matter altogether. I saw one for the first time when I lived as a houseboy with an elder half-sister and her husband in the small trading town of Giligili. I was 12 then, and it was the most squalid single year of my life. So disgusting and did I find the bucket that I sometimes went for days on end without any bowel evacuation. And then there was that week when I had the night soil mine in the town decided to go on strike. I particularly went without food, as the local inhabitants said at the time, you could hear the smell of the town miles away. The only excitement I remember in Giligili was our nightly war on rats. We had 2 rooms in the large iron-roofed house with its 8 walls and floor. My father The only excitement I remember in Giligili was our nightly war on rats. We had 2 rooms in the large iron-roofed house with its earth walls and floor. My sister, her husband, and 2 small children slept in one, and the rest of us, 3 boys, shared the other with bags of rice, gari, beans, and other foodstuff, and of course the rats. They came and sank their holes where the floor and the walls met. As soon as the night fell, they emerged to eat the grains, while we sat around the open fire in the kitchen. You could never get at them, because as soon as you entered the room with a lamp, they flew into their holes. We tried getting them with the little iron traps the blacksmith made, on which you attached a bait, usually a small piece of dried fish. But after one or two of them got killed, the rest learned to avoid the fishy bait. It was then we decided to go hunting. I and one of the others would tiptoe in the dark and quietly plug the holes with pieces of rock, while the rest waited outside with sticks. After a reasonable interval, those outside would charge in with a lamp, slam the door, and the massacre would begin. It worked very well. As a rule, we did not kill the very small ones. We saved them up for the future. Now, all that seemed half-century away. When Chief Nanga came back to lunch just before 2, it was clear his mind was preoccupied with something or other. His greetings, though full of warmth as ever, was too brief. He went straight to the telephone and called some ministerial colleague. I soon gathered that it was the conversation the Minister of Public Construction. The conversation made little sense to me at the time, especially as I heard only one end of it. But my host spoke with great feeling, almost annoyance, about certain road which had to be tarred before the next elections. Then I heard the figure of £210,000. But what really struck me was when my minister said to his colleague, "Look, TC, we agreed that this road should be tarred. What is this dilly-dallying? Which expert? So you want to listen to your expert now? You know very well, TC, that you cannot trust these our boys. That is why I always say that I prefer to deal with Europeans." What? You don't worry the press. I will make sure that they don't publish it. When he finally put down the phone, he said, "Foolish man," to it, and then turned to me. "That was Honorable T.C. Kobino, very stupid man. The cabinet has approved the completion of the road between Gili Gili and Anata since January. But this foolish man has been dilly-dallying, and because it is not in his constituency. If it was in his constituency, he would not listen to the expert." And who is the expert? One small boy from his town, whom we all helped to promote last year. Now the boy advises him that my road should not be tarred before next dry season because he wants to carry out tests in the soil. He has become an earthworm now. I laugh at this. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Is this the first road we are tarring in this country? You see why I say that our people are too selfish and jealous? I got to know a lot about this road, which incidentally passes through my own village of Urwa. At this time, I was naturally sympathetic to Chief Nanga's plan for it. I am not with his contempt for expert advice. If not for his contempt for expert advice. But of course, Chief Nanga said the fellow hadn't been appointed in the first place for his expertise at all. And so it went round and round. But none of these things was real news to me. But only his saying that he had ordered 10 luxury buses to ply the route as soon as it had started. Each would cost him £6,000. So he had two good reasons. For wanting the road tarred, next election, and the arrival of the buses. It doesn't mean I have 60,000 pounds in the bank, he hastened to add. I am getting them on never arrangement from the British Amalgamated. I wasn't too sure of the meaning of never at that time, and I supposed I had a vague idea that buses were a free gift, which in the circumstances would not have been beyond the British Amalgamated. After a heavy lunch of pounded yam, I was feeling very drowsy. As a rule, I always slept in the afternoon, but in Chief Nanga's house, 3 hours. Huh? 3 hours. So I have 15 minutes. Really? Wonderful. On this one alone. Okay. Let me take it.